Chapter 1425. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Don't talk nonsense. It is not a big deal if I have a bad reputation, but my wife has been a widow for many years. Her reputation cannot stand up to rumors. Hugging her warm and plump body, he could not help but sigh at her courage and passion. Taizhou hooked her arm around his neck and gently blew a breath of hot air into his ear. Oh, long time no see. You have become a gentleman? Song Qingshu was speechless. I have always been a gentleman. Taizhou was amused by him and laughed. If you are a gentleman, then there would be no beasts in this world. Long time no see. Is this how you insult me? Song Qingshu pretended to be angry. How am I insulting you? I am obviously praising you. Taizhou moved her head over and kissed his cheek. Praising me as a beast? Song Qingshu's face darkened. Because I like beasts. Taizhou moved closer to his ear and whispered, I want it, here? Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. Taizhou came from the Miao family. In addition, she was a bit flirtatious to begin with. Therefore, she was much more enthusiastic than the average Han woman. Don't you find it interesting here? Tieshou's expression was extremely charming. Song Qingshu swallowed his saliva and looked around. Even though it was a private room, there were people passing by from time to time. Moreover, looking out the window, he could faintly see boats coming and going on the river. There is no need to be in such a hurry. Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. This world was so conservative. Here it would be a bit shocking. But now that he had been conferred the title of Prince Qi, if he were to be targeted because of this, he would also lose face. No hurry. Taizhou bit her lips and glared at him. Ever since you provoked me, you have not been intimate with me. I am also a normal young woman. If I do not have enough to eat at home, believe it or not, I will go out and find wild food to eat. Song Qingshu almost spat out the tea in his mouth. This woman was too valiant. No wonder she was the Five Poisons sect leader who was famous for her flirtatious looks in the pugilistic world. Don't you dare. However, Song Qingshu suddenly thought of her last sentence and couldn't help but angrily say, That will depend on your performance. Taizhou stretched out a jade finger and lightly poked his chest, smiling foolishly. Being provoked to this point, Song Qingshu couldn't bear it anymore. In addition, he hadn't vented the evil fire provoked by Chen Yuanyuan last night, so he directly lifted the hem of her skirt. You seem to be much stronger than the first time. Taizhou caressed his cheek with her seductive eyes. Recalling the trip to the Five Venoms sect, Song Qingshu's expression became gloomy. I was heavily injured that time, okay? Taizhou tenderly snorted. Wasn't I injured at that time? Otherwise, how could I have let you off so easily? Song Qingshu immediately couldn't take it anymore. What do you mean let me off so easily? That time, you were the one who pushed me down, okay? Moreover, I also helped you detoxify the poison. Tieshou's entire body leaned on his body. Her breath smelled like orchids. You're a big man, so don't be so stingy. Then, I'll help you relieve the heat. Hearing the sweet and greasy breath coming from her throat, Song Qingshu couldn't help but silently curse her as a vixen. About 2 hours later, Tieshou's entire body was limp in Song Qingshu's embrace. Her entire body was drenched in fragrant sweat, but her expression was full of satisfaction. Song Qingshu helped her tidy up her clothes as he grumbled, You were too bold just now. You didn't even know to control your voice. I was so happy that I couldn't help it. Taizhou hooked her arms around his neck. Her originally flirtatious and charming face became even more vibrant. You couldn't help it. You practically attracted the attention of the entire tea house. Song Qingshu said in a bad mood. With his martial arts, how could he not hear that there were already many people gathered outside the door to eavesdrop? Fortunately, this private room was relatively well sealed, so they wouldn't be exposed. You don't mean what you say. When you heard that there were people outside, didn't you become even more excited? He Tiesho's finger lightly drew a circle on his chest. In an instant she saw through his little thoughts. Song Qingshu's old face heated up. He hastily coughed twice. Nonsense. He Taizhou tenderly smiled. Since you don't like it, then I'll just go and kill those people outside. She had been born in the 5 poison cult since she was young. She had long developed a vicious and merciless temperament. Song Qingshu was startled. You can't. After all, after the baptism of the concept of equality in later generations, it was impossible for him to treat human life as grass. Then what should we do? If we go out together like this, I can't afford to lose that person. He Taizhou was bold and enthusiastic just now. But now she was a little shy. Song Qingshu smiled. That's easy. After he finished speaking, he picked her up and flew out of the window. His qinggong was very good. Seeing that they were about to fall into the river, he tiptoed, and the two of them returned to the shore as light as a swallow. After the two of them left, the people outside the private room who were listening to the commotion began to discuss spiritedly. Who booked this private room? Just now, I think I saw a beautiful and dignified madam go in. TSK, TSK, TSK. I didn't expect that someone who looks so dignified and refined on the outside to be so coquettish when she screams. I can't help but feel a ball of fire in my heart now. I also saw that madam just now. She seems to be the eldest young mistress of the Jiao residence. I've seen her before. Are you sure? How could I be wrong about such a beautiful woman like the young mistress of the Jiao residence? But I heard that her husband is already dead. She's now a widow. Heh heh heh. How could a woman endure being a widow in her youth? She must have secretly come outside to meet a man. Shu, do you want to die? She's the young mistress of the Jiao residence. Yes, yes, yes. The group of people instantly realized the hidden danger and hurriedly scattered like birds and beasts. If Li Wan knew that he had been misunderstood by these people to this extent, he would probably die of anger. Naturally, Song Qingshu was also unaware of all this. Otherwise, he would definitely not have let them off so easily. He and He Taizhou chatted as they walked. Not long after, they returned to the Qi residence. This prince's residence is really imposing. It is much more imposing than the 5 Venoms sect, He Taizhou praised. Do you like it? If you like it, you can stay here in the future, Song Qingshu said with a smile. He Taizhou curled his lips and said, I don't want to. It's so much better for me to be free outside. I don't want to stay in the prince's residence and fight with those women of yours. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and said, Ying and the others aren't that kind of people. That's because you don't understand women. He Taizhou shook his head. Seeing that he still wanted to say more, he hurriedly changed the topic. Besides, eldest Miss Ren is still my superior in theory. I don't have the confidence to fight with her over a man. It's better to be more free outside. Fine, as you wish. Seeing that she had already made up her mind, Song Qingshu did not continue to persuade her. He Taizhou smiled and said, Now you understand why I want to pester you outside, to cause trouble, right? The scene of causing trouble appeared in his mind. Song Qingshu's heart swayed and he asked, Why? He Taizhou pursed his lips and smiled, Because it's not good to steal under eldest Miss Ren's nose. Finished speaking, he did not wait for him and walked straight into the inner residence. Knowing that Song Qingshu had returned with He Taizhou, Ren Yingying had already come out to greet them. After this period of recuperation, other than her still pale complexion, her spirit had mostly recovered. Subordinate He Taizhou pays his respects to Saintess. Seeing Ren Yingying, He Taizhou immediately bowed. The 5 Venoms sect was a subordinate of the Sun-Moon sect. In the Sun-Moon sect, Ren Yingying was second only to one but above tens of thousands, so it was only natural for He Taizhou to pay his respects to her. Ren Yingying hurriedly went forward and helped her up. Sect leader He, please get up. From now on, we're all sisters, so there's no need to talk about the sect's rules. She had already heard Song Qingshu mention He Tais Ho before and knew that she was now helping him deal with the matters of the brothel and building a secret intelligence network. The two women chatted for a while, and Song Qingshu introduced He Tais Ho. This is elder sister Yuan, whom I mentioned in the letter. When the time comes, she will help you solve some of the bottlenecks you've encountered. Even though Chen Yuan's beauty was known throughout the world, seeing her with her own eyes, she realized that rumors were not enough to describe her beauty. Greetings, elder sister Yuan. Hello, younger sister He. Chen Yuan smiled gently, looking very charming. Unlike the inexperienced Ren Yingying, who was experienced, she quickly noticed the remaining flush on the other's face. Looking at their expressions, she could more or less guess what was going on. What a lecher! Chen Yuan secretly spat. Where do you plan to live next, younger sister He? Chen Yuan suddenly asked. He Tais Ho replied, I've bought a shop in Linnan City, and I plan to live there. Ren Yingying frowned slightly. You can live here. Everything is ready here. He Tais Ho shook his head with a smile. The branch in Lin and needs to be opened as soon as possible. There are still a lot of things waiting for me to deal with. Today, I've specially come to visit the sage nun and elder sister Yuan. I'll return to the shop in a while. So urgent? Ren Yingying was a little disappointed. Even though she didn't have a personal relationship with He Tais Ho, he was still considered half a member of the Sun Moon sect, which made her feel a long-lost sense of intimacy. There's no other way. There are too many things to do. He Tais Ho smiled bitterly. At this time, Chen Yuan suddenly said, How about this? I'll go over and help you. I'll live with you, and there will be a lot of plans that need to be discussed together. Thank you, elder sister Yuan, but... He Tais Ho glanced at Song Qingshu. I'm afraid that some people won't be willing to part with you. Before Song Qingshu could say anything, Chen Yuan said in a resolute tone, I'll make my own decisions. There's no need to ask others. Ren Yingying and He Tais Ho instantly looked at the two of them with strange expressions. Song Qingshu secretly smiled bitterly. He knew that after what happened last night, Chen Yuan had a knot in her heart, and she needed to calm down. He couldn't force her. Moreover, looking at the faint fighting spirit in her eyes, she might have the idea of starting a career. After all, she had been a vase for so many years, and she would subconsciously want to get rid of that title. Well, you two go back and discuss the next plan. While I'm still here, I'll help you with some official formalities, Song Qingshu said. Chapter 1426. Song Qingshu nodded. Yes, the imperial court is going on a northern expedition. Now that the Golden Snake Camp and the Southern Song Dynasty have formed an alliance, I have to go back to lead the Golden Snake Camp and cooperate with them. Ren Yingying hurriedly said, Then I will come back with you. Song Qingshu shook his head. The Southern Song Dynasty is in urgent need of manpower. I still need you to stay here and help me manage the overall situation. Next, Prince Chi's mansion, the beggar gang, and even the White Lotus cult will need you to organize them. You are giving me such an important task? Ren Yingying said with a guilty conscience. I am afraid that I will ruin your plan. Song Qingshu smiled. Don't worry. Luo Bing will help you. Next, I will transfer Lu Guanying here to help. If you encounter any problems in the future, you can ask Dingdian with the Imperial Equipment and Madame Wang of Montua Villa for help. Madame Wang. Ren Yingying's ears pricked up when she heard the words, Madame Wang. Song Qingshu had to admit that women were very sensitive. Suddenly, he noticed that Chen Yuan and He Tais Ho were looking at him. He hurriedly smiled and said, I will tell you when I am free. By the way, where is Madame Guo? After sending Hero Guo away, Madame Guo was very disappointed. She is pregnant and easily tired, so she went back to her room to rest, Ren Yingying answered. While Madame Guo is here, you can ask her about the beggar gang. Next, you will need to completely control the beggar gang in Jiangnan. Song Qinshu had been busy with all kinds of things. Although the beggar gang now listened to his command, in fact, he only controlled Chen Yuliang. This kind of control was very fragile. Only by arranging his trusted subordinates in the middle and lower levels of the beggar gang could he completely control the beggar gang. Okay, I will go and ask Madame Guanao. Ren Yingying turned around and left somewhat sullenly. Song Qinshu noticed the disappointment in her eyes. He wanted to explain, but he hesitated and swallowed his words. Young master, you made Miss Ren angry. Shouldn't you go and comfort her? He Taizhou said gloatingly. Yingying isn't that petty. You don't have to look like you want the world to be in chaos. Song Qinshu glared at her. Let's talk about the brothel now. You keep saying brothel. It sounds weird. The scholars in Jiangnan love to be cultured, so a good name is necessary, Chen Yuan said. That makes sense. Young master, you are a peerless genius. Why don't you give it a name? He Taizhou said with a smile. His eyes revealed a trace of craftiness. Chen Yuan frowned and said, There is no shortage of talents in Linnan. Each and every one of them has very high standard. I'm afraid it will be very difficult for ordinary names to enter their eyes. From his words, it was obvious that he did not think highly of Song Qinshu. Although his martial arts were formidable, and he could be considered a famous general in battle, no one had ever heard of him having any literary talent. It's just a name. Is it so difficult? Song Qinshu snorted. Let's call this shop in Lin, an heavenly world. You want to make things difficult for me? Those names in Dongguan in the future are more talented than the other. Any one of them will be able to blind you. Heavenly world? The two girls stared blankly. Both of them silently recited the name. Chen Yuan took the lead and said, This name has some elegance. I didn't expect young master to have such talent. As she spoke, her eyes were no longer as angry as before. Instead, they softened somewhat. He Taizhou had originally wanted to deliberately tease him. However, he had no choice but to admit that this name was very good. I have already solved the most important part of the name. The following details will be for you two to discuss. While I am still here, I will help you two get through the joints of the government. This will prevent you two from being made difficult. After giving his instructions, Song Qinshu left, letting them familiarize themselves with each other and discuss. After leaving the residence, Song Qinshu originally intended to pay a visit to the relevant officials. However, just as he was about to leave the residence, he suddenly realized that he was now the Grand Prince of Qi. Why would he need to personally pay a visit to those insignificant officials? As a result, he dispatched his subordinates with invitations, inviting the officials of Lin and the musical house to come to the Prince of Qi's residence. Over the next few days, Song Qinshu was busy meeting with the various officials, introducing He Taizhou to them and asking them to take care of him. Those officials naturally readily agreed. It must be known that the Prince of Qi was in the limelight these days. To be able to establish a relationship with the Prince of Qi through this channel was all they could wish for. They did not expect that the boss behind this brothel was the Prince of Qi. After all, in the mainstream view, the esteemed Prince of Qi had no need to be involved in this kind of thing. They only believed that Song Qinshu was doing this on a whim to gain He Tieshou's favor. After all, He Taizhou was flirtatious and charming. It was difficult for others not to think in that direction. In addition to building a bridge for the brothel, Song Qinshu also summoned a group of high-ranking members of the Jiangnan beggar sect, including Chen Yuliang, and introduced Ren Yingying to them. On the surface, they naturally agreed to listen to Ren Yingying's instructions. However, regardless of whether it was Song Qinshu or Ren Yingying, they both knew that this was just lip service. In the end, it still depended on Ren Yingying's methods. Because of the construction of the celestial world, He Taizhou became busier and busier. Chen Yuan also officially decided to move out of the Prince of Qi's residence. As he saw her off, Song Qinshu smiled bitterly and asked, "Is Madam still angry at me?" Chen Yuanyuan smiled faintly and replied, "Angry about what?" Seeing her expression, Song Qinshu smiled bitterly and replied, "As expected, she is still angry." Only then did Chen Yuanyuan retract her smile. "Who told you to have such filthy thoughts?" Song Qinshu calmly looked at her until her eyes began to evade his gaze. Only then did he say, "Whether it was me who had such thoughts or Madam who had secretly thought about it, everyone should be clear." Chen Yuanyuan's expression changed. "I don't know what you are talking about." Song Qinshu smiled and did not continue speaking. Instead, he changed the topic. "It is also good that Madam has moved out. It can be considered that you have your own career to strive for. It is better than staying in the residence all day doing nothing. However, there is one thing that Madam should pay attention to. Your identity is very sensitive. As such, it is better to leave the matters of public appearances to He Taizho. You can just hide behind the scenes." "I know." Chen Yuanyuan did not have any objections. She had already done too many public appearances in the first half of her life. Now that she had washed away her past glory, she only wanted to live a quiet life. Song Qinshu suddenly thought of something and said, "Oh, right. Before I leave, I will arrange for Aku to meet with you. You should be prepared." "Really?" Chen Yuanyuan was both surprised and delighted. She subconsciously grabbed his arm. "Of course. When have I ever lied to you?" Song Qinshu nodded his head. "I will be leaving Lin and soon. The date of my return has not been set. Since I have brought you out of the imperial palace, I cannot let you, mother and daughter, be separated forever." "Thank you." Chen Yuanyuan pursed her lips as if she was about to cry. During this period of time, she somewhat missed her daughter. "Hold on a little longer. When I return to Lin next time, I should be able to rescue Aku and let you, mother and daughter, reunite." When Song Qinshu said this, he was in high spirits. It was as if he had great confidence in the future. Chen Yuanyuan looked at him quietly. In the first half of her life, she had met countless powerful men. Not to mention those world-famous talents, just Chong Zhen, Wu Sangue, Li Zicheng, and recently, Zhao Guo. No matter who they were the kind of people who could shake the world with a stomp of their feet. However, the feeling that Song Qinshu gave her was completely different. He showed off his ability, but did not have the slightest feeling of piercing. Seeing that she had been staring at him, Song Qinshu could not help but laugh. He said, "What? You can't help but fall in love with me and plan to repay me with your body?" But Chen Yuanyuan spat. She thought, "Did I not promise my body to you? Although I feel that you are a little boastful, in order to let mother and daughter reunite, I would rather believe that you can do it." After saying this, she left with a red face. Looking at her receding figure, Song Qinshu secretly thought, "Next, I should make some things clear with Ren Yingying." When he came to the inner house, Ren Yingying and Huang Rong were talking about something. Song Qinshu deliberately coughed at the door. Only then did the two women stop talking and look at the door. "Mrs. Guo, I have something to say to Yingying. Can you leave for a while?" Song Qinshu said with a smile. Okay." Huang Rong was a little stunned. She thought that he was looking for her, but it turned out that he was looking for Ren Yingying. She was relaxed but also a little disappointed. However, the husband and wife wanted to talk about something private, so it was not good for her to stay here. After Huang Rong left, Song Qinshu closed the door. Ren Yingying's face became hot. She said, "Why did you close the door?" If it was only the two of them, she would not mind. However, it felt a little strange to close the door after sending Huang Rong away. Ren Yingying had always been shy, so she was afraid that Huang Rong would make fun of her. "I have something to say to you. It is a serious matter, so we have to be careful," Song Qinshu explained while releasing his qi to make sure that there was no one within a radius of 10 feet. Seeing his serious expression, Ren Yingying did not dare to be negligent. "What do you want to say?" Let's talk under the covers. Song Qingshu pointed to the bed. Ren Yingying's face instantly turned red, and there was a trace of rebuke in her eyes. The main thing is that it is not easy for people outside to hear us talking under the covers, Song Qingshu explained. Only then did Ren Yingying realize that she had misunderstood him. In fact, after getting along with Song Qingshu for a period of time, she did not mind having some intimate actions with him. After all, the two of them had seen each other openly before. After the two of them shrunk under the covers, Song Qingshu could not help sighing. It smells so good. Ren Yingying exclaimed, "Oh, you took the wrong quilt. This is Madame Guo's bed. It must be her body fragrance." Song Qingshu could not help but feel a little surprised. No wonder it smelled so familiar. Fortunately, Ren Yingying did not suspect the relationship between them. Instead, she paid attention to what he had just said. "Qingshu, what do you want to say to me?" "Here's the thing. On the surface, I left Lin, and this time to go back to the Golden Snake Camp to cooperate with the Southern Song Dynasty's northern expedition. In fact, it is not," Song Qingshu explained. Ren Yingying covered her mouth and laughed. "I know. You are going to send Madame Guo back to Peach Blossom Island. Why do you have to say it so solemnly?" "I will not be jealous." "Ahem." Song Qingshu almost choked. "I am not talking about that." "Oh." Ren Yingying also gradually stopped smiling. "After I send Madame Guo, I will not go back to the Golden Snake Camp. I will go to the Jin Kingdom." In fact, Song Qingshu also hesitated for a long time. But thinking that Ren Yingying's heart had already belonged to him, there was no need to hide many things from her. After all, she had to be responsible for the forces in the Southern Song Dynasty. If she did not know some things, it was easy to make some wrong decisions. "Why are you going to the Jin Kingdom?" Ren Yingying's big eyes were full of confusion. Chapter 14:27. Ren Yingying was calm at first, but the more she listened, the more shocked she became. She had to cover her mouth tightly to prevent herself from crying out. "You said that Tang Quobian, the powerful minister of the Jin Kingdom, is your disguise?" Ren Yingying was still in a daze. Not only Tang Quobian, but also the current emperor of the Jin Kingdom. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. "Emperor?" Ren Yingying suddenly felt that her brain was not enough to process this. How could it be possible? Why is it impossible? Who asked your man to be so capable? Song Qingshu said proudly. But, Ren Yingying hesitated for a long time before she thought of the key problem. "You have been running around Lin and all this time. What about the Jin Kingdom? I have arranged several people to disguise as Emperor Jin and Tang Quobian. With them, the Jin Kingdom can still run as usual," Song Qingshu explained. Ren Yingying frowned and said worriedly, "But, this is a serious matter. Are those people reliable? You know how tempting it is to be in charge of a country. What if those people unite to kick you out?" Song Qingshu smiled and looked at her quietly with his hand on her shoulder. "Do you think I can trust you?" Ren Yingying blushed and turned her face away unnaturally. "Of course. Then I trust them too." Song Qingshu could not help thinking that he had been away from the Jin Kingdom for so long. He wondered how Gubai and Tajkis were doing. Ren Yingying was stunned. When she noticed the tenderness in his eyes, she could not help but say sourly, "So she is your confidante." Song Qingshu took her into his arms and rubbed her smooth and delicate face. "You are also my confidant," Ren Yingying suddenly said. "By the way, I have long heard that Princess Gubai, Tang Quobian's wife, is the most beautiful woman in the Jin Kingdom. Since you have disguised as Tang Quobian, does she know?" Song Qingshu smiled embarrassedly. "She knows. She is now pretending to be the emperor of the Jin Kingdom. Why would she help you willingly?" Ren Yingying was halfway through her words when she suddenly realized something. "You won't even let go of someone's wife." Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and said, "It's not what you think. A lot of things happened between me and Gubai. We went through a lot of storms and finally saw the rainbow. Okay, I know you two are true love, okay? Ren Yingying couldn't help but snort. Even though she knew from the beginning that he had many female friends around him, the names that popped up one after another still made her feel very complicated at the moment. Yingying, are you jealous? Song Qingshu hugged her soft body and said pitifully. He thought of the heroines in the original novel. Which one of them wasn't a proud daughter of the heavens who didn't deserve a perfect love? But now, because of his existence, they had no choice but to share their love with other women. If I have to be jealous of this, then wouldn't I be jealous for the rest of my life? Ren Yingying sighed faintly. She was a smart and wise woman. From the beginning, she knew that there were other women around her lover. If she had to be jealous of every one of them, how could she be busy? Looking at Ren Yingying's slightly disappointed expression, Song Qingshu decided not to tell her about the arrangement of the Manchu Qing dynasty for the time being. On the one hand, he was worried that she couldn't accept too much information in a short time. On the other hand, Dongfang Muxue was in charge of the Manchu Qing dynasty. After all, Ren Yingying's father and daughter had a deep hatred with Dongfang Muxue. He could only take it slowly. You have to work hard in Lin, and for the next period of time. Song Qingshu said apologetically. It's good that I can share your worries. What's more, you have found so many people to help me. Ren Yingying's lips hung a slight smile. Don't take those people lightly. Except for Ding Dian's trustworthy character, you have to be on guard against others, especially Chen Yuliang. He is a poisonous snake. If you are not careful, you will be bitten by him. Song Qingshu couldn't help reminding her. Then, do I also have to be on guard against Sister Luo Bing and Madame Wang? Ren Yingying put on a mischievous smile. Song Qingshu instantly felt as if he had shot himself in the foot. But for her safety, he continued, of course, they are more trustworthy than Chen Yuliang. But when women get together, it's hard to guarantee that they won't have any ulterior motive. Even though they won't harm me, it's not necessarily the case for you. Ren Yingying nodded with a thoughtful expression. Looks like Madame Wang is also your lover? Even though Song Qingshu was very thick-skinned, he still felt a little diffident when he faced the young girl's pure gaze. He instinctively explained, Li Qingluo and I are both enemies and friends. On the surface, she is Madame Wang of Mantua Villa, but in the dark, she is the White Lotus cult's madam. Since I saved her a few times in the past and helped her clear the injustice of my aunt and uncle, our relationship is still quite good. Marshal Yu Fei, huh? Ren Yingying could not help but praise him. Even though I hated you before, when I heard that you cleared Marshal Yu's name, I still admire you a lot. Since you admire me, then why did you come to assassinate me? When he felt her soft waist, Song Qingshu could not help but tickle her. Hee. Ren Yingying laughed coquettishly while she dodged him. It's your fault for being so annoying before. So, you don't hate me anymore? Song Qingshu moved closer, and their faces were less than 3 inches away from each other. They were so close to each other that they could even feel each other's breathing. Ren Yingying's eyelashes fluttered a little. She bit her lip and snorted. You're still annoying. As he sensed the young girl's soft body and her gentle gaze, Song Qingshu felt happiness fill his chest. Yingying, I suddenly feel that I'm so happy that it's a little unreal. Dummy. Ren Yingying smiled sweetly, and she suddenly put on a bashful expression. Don't leave tonight. What? Song Qingshu looked at her in disbelief. Her white, jade-like face was stained with a trace of red because of shyness, making her look even more charming and moving. Forget it if you didn't hear it. Ren Yingying turned her face away and snorted. She hesitated for a moment and then repeated herself. Don't leave tonight. Why did you? Song Qingshu could not help but feel puzzled. Ren Yingying, who was usually shy and introverted, why was she so proactive today? Ren Yingying turned her face and gently stroked the man's cheek. You told me such an important secret, and even gave me such an important position as the leader of the Jiangnan forces. You trust me so much, so I naturally have to respond in kind." Although Ren Yingying was not as sharp as Zhao Min and Huang Rong, she was actually a very wise and intelligent woman. She also had a clear sense of propriety. Song Qingshu had told her the secret that concerned his life. It could be said that he did not guard against her at all. However, the current relationship between her and Song Qingshu did not seem to be enough to repay this trust. Having been the holy maiden of Sun Moon sect for so many years, she was clear about the rules of the ruler. If a key position was given to a confidant, she must have the means to control the confidant. Unfortunately, Song Qingshu did not have the means to control her. Although he did not mention it out of pity, she was not the kind of little girl who did not understand anything, so she took the initiative to bring it up. Song Qingshu frowned. "Yingying, you don't have to do this. We know each other and love each other. I am willing to trust you unconditionally. You don't have to feel any burden, and you don't have to do this. I don't want our pure love to be mixed with any impurities." Ren Yingying's eyes were like a pool of spring water. "Do you think I am the kind of woman who would sacrifice love because I am touched? The reason why I am willing to do this is because I like you." Yingying, listening to the young girl's deep and affectionate confession, the softest part of Song Qingshu's heart was touched. Song Qingying, Ren Yingying wrapped her arms around his neck. Thinking of all the things they had experienced together, her eyes were full of tenderness and sweetness. Song Qingshu could not hold it in anymore. He lowered his head and kissed her. When he touched her sweet and soft lips, there was a loud bang in his head. It was as if his whole body was about to explode from happiness. Ren Yingying also let out a soft moan. Her whole body became softer and softer, as if it was about to melt. Under the dim light of the candles in the room, Ren Yingying's white jade-like body seemed to emit a soft light. Song Qingshu was a little stunned. "Yingying, you are so beautiful." The skin on Ren Yingying's face was so white that it was almost transparent. There was a faint blush on her face. "Dummy, it's not like you haven't seen it before." "It's not the same." Song Qingshu shook his head. "In the past, I used despicable means to see it. Today you willingly took off your clothes." Ren Yingying blushed and spat. "You also know that you used to be despicable. Who asked Ling Huchong to enter your heart first? I had to find another way." Song Qingshu could not help but say. Ren Yingying's slender hand gently pressed on his lip. "Don't mention other people at this time. I'm so excited that I'm muddle-headed." Song Qingshu stopped talking and kissed her gently. No matter how bold Ren Yingying was tonight, she was still an inexperienced girl. How could she withstand the man's frivolous means? Soon, she was panting, and her white jade-like skin was dyed with a delicate layer of bright red. She was exceptionally charming. "I'm here?" Song Qingshu gently kissed her earlobe and asked with a slight hint of inquiry. Ren Yingying did not answer him. Instead, she completely opened her body and mind to welcome his arrival. As the saying goes, a gentle face like jade, a shy face like a fairy. She was bright and beautiful. Her hands were as white as snow. Her neck was pink like a flower. When one saw her talent, one would know that she was beautiful. When one saw her graceful body, one would gradually feel that she was beautiful. The vegetation was fragrant, the clouds and water covered. Tender leaves and flowers, the fragrant wind lingered. Her beauty could topple a country, and her thoughts were entranced. Who could solve this kind of ecstasy? Meanwhile, Huang Rong had been wandering in the courtyard for a long time. She gradually became tired. She reckoned that Song Qingshu and Ren Yingying should have finished talking after such a long time, so she decided to go back to take a look. Chapter 1428. These two are too shameless. A thought popped into Huang Rong's mind. The thought of Ren Yingying, who was usually reserved and arrogant, making such a shameful sound at this moment made her feel incredulous. She couldn't help but want to gossip. Although reason told her to leave as soon as possible, she still moved closer and pressed her ear against the door to eavesdrop on what was going on inside. "What's wrong?" Ren Yingying asked lazily when she sensed the man's strangeness. "Nothing." Song Qingshu smiled and looked thoughtfully in the direction of the door. Huang Rong tiptoed carefully, but how could she hide it from him? He hesitated for a moment and didn't tell Ren Yingying the truth. After all, Ren Yingying was a prideful person. If she knew about this, she might drive him out of shame and anger. That wouldn't be worth it. After standing outside the door for a while, Huang Rong felt that her mouth and tongue were extremely dry. Her body seemed to be covered in fragrant sweat, and her clothes-fitting clothes had become a little sticky, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. These two are really... Although she couldn't see what was going on inside, she could totally imagine the embarrassing scene from the soul-stirring sounds that came from inside. She wanted to leave subconsciously, but then she realized that she couldn't move her legs. She had been standing for a while and was sweating all over, and her legs were weak. Ren Yingying suddenly stiffened and said to Song Qingshu with shame and anger, "There's someone outside." After all, she was the holy nun of the Sun Moon sect, and her martial arts were similar to the elders of the Sun Moon sect. How could she not notice that Huang Rong was panicking and breathing heavily? Song Qingshu knew that he couldn't hide it, so he nodded and played dumb. "There seems to be someone outside." Ren Yingying's face flushed with shame and anger. She bit her red lips and said, "Go kill the person outside." Song Qingshu was shocked. "You don't have to be so dramatic." Only then did he remember that although Ren Yingying was usually a considerate girl, she was the little princess of the Sun Moon sect. How could she not have some princess syndrome? Moreover, she grew up in a place like the Sun Moon sect. She wouldn't hesitate at all to break an arm or a leg and exile someone who really offended her. Such a shameful thing was heard by others. "Do you want me to live in the future? If you don't go, I'll go kill them myself." Ren Yingying bit her lips, feeling so wronged that she was about to cry. "But the person outside is Mrs. Guo." Now, Song Qingshu had to tell the truth. "Madame Guo?" Ren Yingying exclaimed and covered her mouth. She must have waited outside for too long and decided to come back to check on the situation. "Who knew she would bump into us?" Song Qingshu was afraid that she would be so embarrassed and angry that she really wanted to kill Huang Rong. If that happened, things would not end well. How can she be like this? Ren Yingying was embarrassed and annoyed. After all, if it was an ordinary person, she could just kill them. However, she couldn't kill Huang Rong. Not to mention that she had always admired this heroine. These days Huang Rong had given her unreservedly advice about the Jiang and Beggar clan. The two of them were like best friends. Okay, I'll drive her away, okay?" Song Qingshu wiped away the tears on her cheeks and said with pity. "No." Ren Yingying hurriedly pulled him. Seeing his puzzled expression, she blushed and whispered, "It's shameful enough. If it's revealed, it won't be good for anyone. How can I get along with her in the future? It's better to pretend that I don't know." Song Qingshu was stunned. Only then did he realize that Ren Yingying was actually a girl with a very high EQ. In the original work, during the sword competition at Mount Song, Ling Huchong was infatuated with his junior sister. Later, he realized that this might hurt Ren Yingying. He tried to explain to her, but Ren Yingying pretended not to see what had just happened. Thus, the awkwardness and embarrassment disappeared. Figuring out Ren Yingying's thoughts, Song Qingshu no longer forced her. "Well, okay. What are you doing?" Ren Yingying suddenly blushed and pushed his chest tightly, as if she wanted to push him away from her. Song Qingshu was stunned. "Didn't you say that you don't know she is outside?" "I didn't ask you to continue like that." Ren Yingying's face was so red that water was about to drip out. Song Qingshu looked depressed. "Then I'd better drive her away." As he said that, he pretended to get up. "Don't." Ren Yingying was startled and hurriedly pulled him. "Don't go out. Are you going to interrupt our wedding night just because of her?" Song Qingshu said with a reluctant expression. Then you can continue. Ren Yingying hesitated for a moment, and her voice was as low as a mosquito. Song Qingshu was instantly overjoyed. That's great. Seeing his excited look, Ren Yingying became more and more shy. Don't make such a big noise. Okay. Under the candlelight, Song Qingshu saw her bright eyes and blushing cheeks. He knew that she was obviously embarrassed, but she endured it for him. He only felt more pity for her and became more gentle. Because of the existence of Huang Rong outside, Ren Yingying's red little mouth opened seductively, but no sound came out. The next morning, Ren Yingying came out after washing up and happened to bump into Huang Rong in the yard. She said guiltily, "Good morning, Madame Gua." "Good morning." Huang Rong saw a trace of extremely lazy charm between her eyebrows, and she couldn't help but think of the noise she heard last night. Her face also inadvertently blushed. Seeing her strange expression at this time, how could Ren Yingying not know what she was thinking about? She secretly spat. She was obviously a fairy concubine, but she did things so disorderly and actually came to eavesdrop. I don't know when she left last night. At first, Ren Yingying's attention was still on the outside, for fear of being heard by Huang Rong outside last night. But later, she unconsciously let go and had no time to care whether there was anyone outside or not. Thinking of the situation last night, she couldn't help but blush. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of her, Huang Rong secretly sighed. Miss Ren is really beautiful. No wonder that little lecher was so fascinated by her. Just at this time, Ren Yingying raised her head. The eyes of the two women met and instantly moved away at the same time. Feeling the awkwardness in the air, Huang Rong hurriedly changed the topic in order to cover up the uneasiness in her heart. By the way, why didn't I see Song Qingshu? As soon as she said it, she regretted it. Didn't this mean that she already knew that Song Qingshu lived here last night? She didn't expect that she, who had always been careful, would make such a mistake. Ren Yingying obviously thought the same as her. While she was secretly embarrassed, she could only bite the bullet and pretend that nothing had happened. Qingshu went to the palace to meet the emperor. Huang Rong just asked casually. Hearing her answer, she became curious. Why did he meet the emperor? He is going to leave Lin and soon, so he has to say goodbye to the emperor. What's more, he wants to take this opportunity to meet the two little princesses. Ren Yingying knew about the marriage between the Golden Snake Camp and the Southern Song dynasty. Although she was not very happy about the relationship between Song Qingshu and the two princesses, she did not care much. Just like in the original work, although she had always been very generous and even saved Yu Lingshan, she regarded Yu Lingshan as a rival in love. If Ling Huchong chose Yu Lingshan in the end, she would not hesitate to turn around and leave. Similarly, for Yi Lin, she did not mind that Ling Huchong married her. In the final analysis, Ling Huchong had true feelings for Yu Lingshan and just pitted Yi Lin. In fact, there was another thing that Song Qingshu went to the palace this time, but Ren Yingying hesitated for a moment. Although they were now on good terms with Huang Rong, she was an outsider after all, so she did not tell her. I see. Thinking that she would soon return to Peach Blossom Island with Song Qingshu, Huang Rong also had a somewhat complicated expression. Sister Ren, I will soon leave Lin. Let me take this opportunity to talk to you about the beggar gang. She knew that Song Qingshu wanted to touch the power of the beggar gang in Jiangnan. Although she was not very willing, it was better for the beggar gang to be controlled by Song Qingshu than to fall into the hands of that despicable villain, Chen Yuliang. Although that person was a bit lecherous, he had been fighting against the Northern Grassland Empire for the Han people all these years, so he could be said to have no loss. Thank you, Sister Huang. After last night's intimate contact, Ren Yingying completely regarded Song Qingshu as her husband and regarded his career as her own. Speaking of Song Qingshu entering the palace to bid farewell to Zhao Guo was naturally overjoyed. Ever since the other came to Lin and he could be said to be in the limelight. Thinking of the scene where all the guards in the palace knelt before him, he could not sleep. Following the fall of Machi Chun and Zhang Jun, the political balance that had been painstakingly built over these years was completely broken. The more Zhao Go thought about it, the more he felt that he was a god of plague. Now that he heard that he was leaving, he almost wanted to drink 3 big cups of wine to his heart's content. In addition, this time his return was to mobilize the Golden Snake Camp to cooperate with the Southern Song's northern expedition. Zhao Go could be said to be overjoyed. So when Song Qinshu asked to see the princesses, he also changed his attitude and readily agreed, allowing him to enter the palace to visit the 2 princesses on the day he left Lin. Song Qinshu secretly cursed. That damn eunuch Zhao Go, he couldn't have sex with him, but he was jealous that he could marry 2 princesses and enjoy the bliss of having 2 wives. He probably felt unbalanced and wanted to make things difficult for him at this juncture. Of course, he just happened to need some time to prepare. Zhao Go's making things difficult helped him instead. After coming out of the imperial study, Song Qinshu found a secluded place and transferred the soul of the accompanying little eunuch. He then quietly snuck into the chambers of the imperial palace. Aku was in the imperial garden in a daze out of boredom when she suddenly heard a few muffled groans behind her. She turned around and saw that the accompanying palace maid had already fainted on the ground. She was so frightened that she could not help but heave a sigh of relief. She lightly patted her chest. So it's you. Otherwise, would there still be a rapist in the palace? Song Qinshu could not help but tease her. Not serious, Aku spat. She thought, aren't you just a rapist? She hesitated for a moment but did not say this out loud in the end. Chapter 1429. Really? Hearing that there was a chance to see her mother again, Aku was both surprised and happy. Song Qinshu nodded with a smile. Otherwise, why would I come to the palace to tell you? Was it a joke? After the initial excitement, Aku finally calmed down a bit. Wouldn't it be dangerous for you to bring my mother into the palace? Her appearance is so outstanding, what if someone recognizes her? Song Qinshu explained, don't worry, I will disguise her before entering the palace. I guarantee no one will recognize her. Brother Song, you are too amazing. Aku's worry finally turned to joy. She happily ran over and hugged him. Standing on her tiptoes, she kissed him on the cheek. After the kiss, she suddenly realized something and quickly said, I'm going back first. Then she ran away with a red face. Song Qinshu touched the place on his face where she had just kissed him. For a moment, he was dazed. It seemed that Aku had been pushed too hard by the boring life in the palace, otherwise a little girl like her would not be so bold and proactive. Thinking of his relationship with Chen Yuan, Song Qinshu's heart couldn't help but sway. He had never claimed to be a virtuous person. As a man, it wasn't that he hadn't thought of that stimulating and bold idea, but he wasn't an animal. His reason finally made him suppress that tempting and dark idea. I don't know how to explain it to Aku in the future. Thinking that Aku would one day find out about his relationship with Chen Yuan, Song Qinshu felt a headache coming on. As he was in a daze, his heart suddenly shook. Song Qinshu suddenly turned around. A figure in a black cloak had appeared out of nowhere on the fake mountain not far away. Why is it you again? Song Qinshu's face was gloomy. It really was an unlucky year. Why did he have to run into this fiend every time? The person in front of him was naturally the unfathomable Huang Chang, who was hiding in the Southern Song Imperial Palace. I should be asking you that. Huang Chang's ethereal voice came from the cloak. You are a Wang Yi. Why do you run to the Empress Consort's palace every few days? What is going on? Song Qinshu was quite straightforward. He answered with a grin, I just met the Emperor. I accidentally got lost on my way out and ended up here. Aya, who asked the Imperial Palace to be so big? Huang Chang's gaze fell on the unconscious palace maid and he sneered. Lost. It was obvious that he did not believe his nonsense at all. However, it was clear that he was not interested in talking about this. He snorted and changed the topic. Is Huang Rong with you? Song Qingshu was shocked, but his face was full of doubt. Didn't Huang Rong disappear a long time ago? Huang Chang snorted coldly. There is no need to play the fool in front of me. In the entire world, only you have the ability to rescue her from the heavily guarded imperial palace without anyone noticing. Song Qingshu laughed and said, Thank you for your praise, but from your tone, it seems that Huang Rong was captured by you and brought to the imperial palace? No wonder we couldn't find it even after searching the entire Lin and city. Huang Chang calmly looked at him until the smile on his face disappeared. Only then did he say, Brat, if you continue to play like this, sooner or later you will cause a great disaster. Song Qingshu indifferently said, There is no need for Senior to worry about this. Since there is nothing else, I will take my leave first. Finished speaking, he turned and left. Huang Chang's figure swayed slightly. In the end, he gave up on making a move. Song Qingshu returned to the Prince of Qi's residence with a grave expression. As soon as he arrived home, he called Huang Rong and Ren Yingying into a secret room and told them what had just happened. What? The Imperial Palace is already suspecting that elder sister Huang is with you? Ren Yingying asked in surprise. After spending the past few days together, coupled with Huang Rong's generosity in giving her information about the beggar sect, the relationship between the two women had naturally become more and more harmonious. They had long since agreed to address each other as sisters. Song Qingshu nodded his head. It seems that we will have to leave as soon as possible. Tomorrow, after visiting the princess in the imperial palace, I will leave Lin and city with Madame Guo. So soon. Although she had long known that she would have to part ways with her sweetheart, Ren Yingying could not help but reveal a disappointed expression. Last night, they had just consummated the deed of husband and wife with each other. Naturally, she was filled with reluctance. Huang Rong, on the other hand, had an apologetic expression on her face. It's all my fault. Seeing Ren Yingying's expression, how could she not understand the feeling of a newlywed wife leaving her husband? Ren Yingying forced a smile. Qingshu was going to leave anyway. It is not elder sister Huang's fault. The two women began to comfort each other. Only then did Song Qingshu continue. Because I promised to let elder sister Yuan and her mother meet, I am going to go pick her up and disguise her. Tomorrow, I will use the opportunity of meeting the princess to bring her into the imperial palace. Won't this be too risky? Huang Rong asked somewhat worriedly. Song Qingshu shook his head. Don't worry. I am confident that no one will recognize her. Didn't I bring you out of the imperial palace in the past? Hearing him say this, Huang Rong relaxed slightly. As for Ren Yingying, when the two of them had been intimate last night, she had already learned of the other's disguise. Naturally, she was even less worried. Compared to this, I am more worried about Madame's safety. Song Qingshu looked at Huang Rong and said, Because I am going to pick up Chen Yuan. I am worried that while I am away, the imperial palace will send people to kidnap you and bring you back. Ren Yingying frowned. That should not be the case. The Prince of Qi's household can be considered to be heavily guarded. The Emperor will not brazenly send troops over. It should not be difficult to guard against a few experts from the imperial palace. Song Qingshu smiled wryly. What if Huang Chang personally makes a move? Ren Yingying and Huang Rong fell silent. They had both heard of Huang Chang's great name, especially Huang Rong. The Nine Manual that she and Guo Jing cultivated had been written by Huang Chang. This manual had been desperately fought over by the 5 uniques of the Central Plains. From this, it could be seen just how unfathomable Huang Chang was. That is why I intend to keep Madame by my side. This way, no one in the world will be able to kidnap you from my side. Song Qingshu stood there calmly, but his entire person exuded a disdainful aura. Ren Yingying's eyes were filled with tenderness, but Huang Rong blushed upon hearing this. She felt as if she were his woman. She hurriedly said, "Qin Shu, have you ever considered whether Huang Chang deliberately appeared in order to alert the enemy and cause you to make a mistake in your panic?" Song Qin Shu was taken aback. He could not help but say with admiration, "Madam is truly worthy of being called a female Zhuge. You have thought of everything so thoroughly. The possibility that you speak of does indeed exist." After a pause, Song Qinshu continued, "But if I leave you alone, I will not feel at ease." Seeing that he was caught between a rock and a hard place, Ren Yingying smiled and said, "What is so difficult about that? Sister Huang and I will accompany you to find Sister Yuan Yuan." She did not propose to go with them out of jealousy. After all, she did not know the relationship between Song Qinshu and Huang Rong. She was only worried that Huang Rong, a married woman, would be embarrassed if she went out alone with her man. Thus, she proposed to accompany her. Huang Rong was, after all, worried that she would once again fall into the hands of the enemy. She still had lingering fears from the previous two encounters. Originally, she was worried that if she went with Song Qinshu, she would have to face the enemy's claws of Lushan again. Now that Ren Yingying was accompanying them, there was no need to worry about this problem. Then it's settled. We will go together to fetch Sister Yuan Yuan. Song Qinshu and Ren Yingying were like glue. He was indeed somewhat reluctant to part with her. He could only spend as much time as possible with her before he left. Song Qinshu quickly ordered the servants to find a carriage. After the three of them got on the carriage, they found that it was a problem where to sit. Of course, Song Qinshu wanted to sit in the middle and hug the women on his left and right, but he could only think about it. Neither Ren Yingying nor Huang Rong would agree. For Huang Rong, as long as she was not next to Song Qinshu, she could relax. Ren Yingying was the opposite. She, who was in love, could not wait to be with her lover all the time. Soon, the seats were determined. Song Qinshu sat on the far left, Ren Yingying sat in the middle, and Huang Rong sat on the right. Although the carriage was not small, it was still a little crowded with 3 people sitting in it. After sitting down, Song Qinshu quietly held Ren Yingying's small hand. Ren Yingying blushed and subconsciously wanted to withdraw her hand. However, how could he let go? After trying a few times, Ren Yingying gave up. In order to cover up the embarrassment in her heart, Ren Yingying hurriedly turned her head to talk to Huang Rong. It just so happened that Huang Rong was a little absent-minded, so the two women chatted like this. Looking at the crystal-clear earlobes of the woman beside him and the faint fragrance on her slender white neck, Song Qinshu suddenly felt very warm. The air was filled with 2 different fragrances. One was as elegant as orchids, while the other was as fragrant as roses. The 2 fragrances intertwined with each other, but surprisingly, they were in harmony. Song Qinshu wished that he could continue on this path forever. However, things don't always go as one wishes. The carriage didn't travel for long before it suddenly stopped. Ren Yingying and Huang Rong sensed that someone was blocking the road outside. They turned around at the same time and looked at Song Qinshu worriedly. Song Qinshu patted Ren Yingying's small hand to signal her to be at ease. He carefully lifted the corner of the curtain and walked out. "Why is it you?" Looking at the bright yellow figure in front of him, Song Qinshu couldn't help but be startled. "Why can't it be me?" The yellow-robed woman gave a dissatisfied snort. Seeing her frosty face, Song Qinshu didn't know how he had offended her. He could only smile bitterly and say, "May I ask why Miss is blocking my carriage? Can't I find you if there's nothing?" She couldn't help but be angry. That time in the imperial palace, when Song Qinshu went to the sky to pray for rain, she was too shocked and wanted to ask how he did it. In the end, she accidentally kissed him. This matter made her feel shy and regretful. If it was any other time, with her personality, she would not have done such an impulsive and bold thing. However, the scene that night was too shocking, and it made her impulsive in the heat of the moment. That matter had already made her embarrassed, But after that night, Song Qingshu didn't ask about her at all, as if nothing had happened. This made her even more depressed. Of course. Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. The yellow-robed woman then said, I just heard Master mention that you are about to leave Linnan, but you have never mentioned this to me. I can only come to say goodbye to you. Who made us friends? When she said the word friends, she couldn't help but laugh at herself. Song Qingshu's heart shivered. What he was worried about had really come. It seemed that the yellow-robed woman was deliberately sent by Huang Chang to be the vanguard. He looked around, trying to find where Huang Chang was hiding. Unfortunately, there were all kinds of shops everywhere and he couldn't find any trace of him. Chapter 1430. Seeing the yellow-robed woman walking to the carriage, Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly stood in front of her and said, This is not convenient today. How about another day? You will leave Lin and another day. Where can I find you? The yellow-robed woman rolled her eyes at him. Seeing that he had been standing in front of her, she couldn't help but exclaim, Is there any shameful secret in your carriage? As she said this, she glanced at the carriage. Song Qingshu said with a guilty conscience, What secret can I have? It's not like you don't know that I'm a righteous person. The yellow-robed woman didn't listen to his nonsense. She pushed his hand away and walked straight to the carriage. Song Qingshu secretly complained. Did he really have to stop her by force? Just as he was in a dilemma, a jade-white hand slowly lifted the curtain in front of the carriage, revealing a peerlessly beautiful face. Is this the Miss Yang that Qingshu often mentions? The yellow-robed woman stopped in surprise. Why did such a beautiful girl suddenly appear? You are? I am Qingshu's wife. My name is Ren Yingying. The girl smiled faintly. So you are Miss Ren of the Sun-Moon sect. The yellow-robed woman looked a little strange. Some time ago, the holy nun of the Sun-Moon sect tried to assassinate Song Qingshu, but in the end, it was a conflict between the husband and wife. This matter caused a stir in Lin and city. She also heard about it, but she didn't expect to suddenly meet under such circumstances. Sister, you seem to have something to say to Qingshu? Why don't you sit in the carriage together? We sisters can also get close. Ren Yingying invited with a sweet smile. The yellow-robed woman's face turned red in an instant. She waved her hand hesitantly and said, No need. In fact, there is nothing important. I won't disturb you too. After that, she left like fleeing without waiting for the other party to answer. Looking at the yellow-robed woman's disappearing figure, Ren Yingying was stunned. Why did she run away? Huang Rong chuckled beside her. You look like a wife. Of course, she ran away because she felt guilty. Ren Yingying blushed. In fact, she had expected that the yellow-robed woman would be too embarrassed to come up, so she deliberately invited her. Song Qingshu laughed and went back into the carriage. Yingying, you're smart. Otherwise, if she sees Madame Guo in the carriage, we'll be in big trouble. Huang Rong pursed her lips and smiled. Miss Ren may look weak on the surface, but deep down, she is very transparent. Ren Yingying blushed and went over to tickle her. Sister Huang, you're making fun of me too. Looking at the scene of the two girls fighting, Song Qingshu felt that it was exceptionally pleasing to the eye. As if noticing his playful gaze, the two girls gradually stopped fighting. Song Qingshu coughed lightly to dispel the awkwardness. The yellow-robed woman must have been used by her master, Huang Chang. I wonder if Huang Chang has any other tricks up his sleeve. Huang Rong suddenly frowned and said, The reason why the emperor captured me was because he was worried that Brother Jing would win the martial arts contest. But now that the contest for the position of commander is over, and the dust has settled, the military power of Sichuan has fallen into Wu Tianda's hands. Does Huang Chang still need to keep pestering me? Song Qingshu was startled. Now that you mention it, it seems to make sense. Ren Yingying said, As the saying goes, it's better to believe in something than not. Moreover, Zhao Guo seems to be somewhat afraid of Qingshu. He might use this as an excuse to cause trouble for Qinshu. In short, it's never wrong to be careful. Huang Rong nodded in agreement. Yes, your worry is not unreasonable. Anyway, we'll leave Lin and tomorrow. It's not a big deal to be careful on the last day, Song Qinshu said in a low voice. In the end, the three of them agreed to act according to the original plan. Soon, they arrived at He Tiesho's celestial world. Because Song Qinshu had specially informed the officials of Lin An, a series of procedures were completed very quickly. In just a few days, it had begun to take shape. It looked like it would officially open for business soon. After talking with He Taizhou, she already knew that Song Qinshu was about to leave, so she wasn't too surprised. Because Ren Yingying was accompanying them, she couldn't show that she had a special relationship with Song Qinshu. She chatted casually for a while and then went to do her own things. Chen Yuan was a little surprised to see Song Qinshu. She had thought that he had come to steal a woman, but when she saw Ren Yingying accompanying him, she realized that she was wrong. Sister Yuan, last time I mentioned that I wanted you and your daughter to meet again before I left. I'm going to the palace tomorrow. You can come with me then. Song Qinshu directly stated his purpose of coming. Really? Chen Yuan was surprised and nervous. She was surprised that she had the opportunity to see Aku again. She was nervous that the palace was heavily guarded. If her identity was exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Song Qinshu was speechless. Sister Yuan, can't you have some constructive reaction? Do you think I will lie to you? Sister Yuan, ignore him. This person can be so annoying sometimes. Ren Yingying stepped forward and held Chen Yuan's arm. This time we came to take you back and prepare for tomorrow's event. Chen Yuan moved out to hide from Song Qinshu. Now that Ren Yingying was here, she naturally didn't have to worry anymore. Moreover, in order to see her daughter, hiding from Song Qinshu was secondary. Soon, Chen Yuan packed up her clothes and followed them out. After getting on the carriage, she couldn't help but be surprised when she saw Huang Rong. Ren Yingying was meticulous. Seeing that, she explained what had happened before. Chen Yuan then understood that Huang Rong might have been targeted by Huang Chang. That person is really annoying. Chen Yuan had also almost died under Huang Chang's palm. Thus, they had a common enemy. Sometimes women were just that strange. Just because of a common topic, they would quickly go from being a little distant at the beginning to being very close. Listening to the women chatter, Song Qinshu was enjoying it. The carriage was already a little crowded, but now that there was one more person, it became even more crowded. Song Qinshu felt as if he had returned to his previous life, when he was squeezed into the subway during the morning rush hour. The only difference was that back then, the people around him were all sweaty men. Now, the people around him were all fragrant beauties. One moment, he would hold Ren Yingying's small hand. The next moment, he would touch Chen Yuan's waist. Occasionally, he would even touch Huang Rong. Song Qinshu really felt as if he was in heaven. The three women's cheeks quickly turned red. However, for some reason, they all pretended as if nothing had happened and continued chatting. This caused Song Qinshu to almost laugh out loud. Unfortunately, happy times always pass so quickly. The carriage quickly returned to the Prince of Qi's residence. After getting off, Huang Rong and Chen Yuan simultaneously returned to their rooms, leaving Song Qinshu and Ren Yingying looking at each other in dismay. Song Qinshu was dumbfounded. Why are they running away? Ren Yingying blushed and spat. Who asked you to touch me in the carriage? They must have seen it. In order to not embarrass us, they naturally left. So it's like that. Song Qinshu secretly cursed. In reality, the two women were also worried that their actions had been seen by someone else. It could also be that they knew that you were about to leave and purposely gave us some time to be alone. Ren Yingying's pale cheeks, due to her injuries, were now bright red. The two older sisters are really good people. Song Qinshu had a strange expression on his face. If you knew the true relationship between your man and the two of them, let's see if you would still be so optimistic. However, thinking that they were about to separate, Song Qinshu also began to feel sad. He gently pulled the young woman in front of him into his arms. "Yingying, you'll have to work hard." "It's not hard." Ren Yingying shook her head. "The 9th princess and Zhou, older sister Zhou, have to do even more things. It's even more tiring." Thinking that Zhou Jiruo was his first wife, she felt somewhat sad. "Right, there's also Princess Go Bai of the Jin Kingdom." Ren Yingying suddenly thought of something and could not help but lightly snort. "When did my Yingying become a little vinegar jar?" Song Qinshu grinned and scratched the tip of her nose. Ren Yingying's face heated up and she hurriedly pushed him away. "Don't do it in the courtyard. Older sister Huang and older sister Yuan can see." Song Qinshu reacted quickly and took advantage of the situation to continue, "Then let's go back to the room." Ren Yingying was stunned. Before she could react, she had been pulled into the room by Song Qinshu. Her dazed look added a little cuteness. The two had just established a relationship. Naturally, they were like glue, like touching honey. They hugged each other and whispered sweet nothings for a long time. Song Qinshu seemed to have found the feeling of his first love in his previous life. Just hugging her soft body made him feel extremely satisfied, and he did not rush to make any request. Feeling his gentleness, Ren Yingying became more and more moved. She thought that he was so lustful, but she did not expect that she had misunderstood him. Thinking of this, the love in her heart became stronger. Song Qinshu did not expect that Luxiaoyi would have such a miraculous effect this time. At this time, he was more worried about another problem. "Yingying, after this period of time, I have given you qi to heal your injury. Now your injury has stabilized. After I leave Lin, you must practice the everlasting youth skill that I taught you every day. This martial art can make people stay young forever. It must be good for your lost lifespan. What's more, all the descendants of the Xiaoyao sect live a long life. They must have unique internal skills in terms of lifespan. I will practice every day." Thinking of the energy Song Qinshu had spent on her during this time, Ren Yingying was extremely moved and blurted out, "I still want to stay with you forever." Hearing the girl's such affectionate words, Song Qinshu could not bear it anymore. He lowered his head and kissed the delicate red lips in front of him. After a long while, Ren Yingying finally pushed the man away and said softly, "Actually, I've gotten a lot better during this period of time. Previously, I often felt as if my whole body was floating, as if a gust of wind would blow me over. In particular, there was a kind of bone-chilling coldness, but today my whole body feels warm." Song Qinshu looked strange. "Is it because you were intimate with me last night? Does that thing have the effect of replenishing lifespan?" Ren Yingying did not react at first. Suddenly, she finally understood the meaning of his words. She was so shy that she almost strangled him. "You bastard, what nonsense are you talking about?" Chapter 1431. The next morning, Song Qinshu woke up and finished Chen Yuan's makeup. Huang Rong and Ren Yingying, who were watching from the side, were amazed. Of course, in order to keep the disguise a secret, Song Qinshu only disguised Chen Yuan and did not completely disguise her as someone else. Originally, Song Qinshu was worried that Huang Chang would take advantage of his absence and planned to take Huang Rong with him to the imperial palace. At that time, he would also put her on makeup and bring her with him. However, Huang Rong and Ren Yingying both rejected this idea. In their view, Huang Rong was pregnant. Even if she could hide her appearance from ordinary people, she could not hide from Huang Chang. Moreover, the imperial palace was Huang Chang's territory. Taking her there would be the danger of walking right into a trap. After a night's rest, Huang Rong's thoughts were much clearer. She analyzed that Huang Chang was not among the imperial palace experts who tried to capture her. Especially when the yellow-robed woman appeared yesterday, Huang Chang still did not come, which proved that he did not often leave the imperial palace. Moreover, because he practiced the 9 manual, she did not believe that the person who wrote such a secret manual would disregard his status and bully the weak. Even if the imperial palace really wanted to capture her, at most they would send those experts from last time. As long as she stayed in Prince Chi's mansion, those people would not be able to do anything to her in broad daylight. Song Qingshu thought about it and felt that her analysis was very reasonable. Then, he sent some more beggar sect experts from Chen Yuliang to protect Prince Chi's mansion and told Rin Yingying to stay close to Huang Rong. After all, the entire city of Lin now knew that Rin Yingying was the nominal princess of Qi and would not easily touch her. With Rin Yingying protecting Huang Rong, the other side would be afraid to take action. After arranging everything, Song Qingshu took Chen Yuanyuan in the direction of the imperial palace. On the way, Chen Yuanyuan wanted to say something but hesitated. Song Qingshu could not help laughing and said, "Sister Yuanyuan, what do you want to say?" "Nothing," Chen Yuanyuan sighed faintly. "It's just that I suddenly have a strange feeling when I think that you are about to leave Lin and—" "Do you suddenly feel insecure?" Song Qingshu asked. Chen Yuanyuan was stunned. After a long time, she nodded and said, "Yes, that's what I mean." Song Qingshu said with a smile, "You have no one to rely on in Lin now, so it's normal to have this kind of feeling. Don't worry, He Tai's-ho will protect you at that time. If you have any problems, you can go to Yingying. I have told her to take care of you often." Chen Yuanyuan's expression was somewhat indifferent. "I understand." Song Qingshu's mind was so penetrating that he quickly guessed her thoughts. The relationship between the same sex was not as natural as that between the opposite sex. "Don't worry, I'll come back as soon as I finish my business." Chen Yuanyuan looked at him quietly. "Aku and I will wait for you." Hearing her words, Song Qingshu couldn't help but be startled. Chen Yuanyuan instantly realized that her words were ambiguous. She couldn't help but blush as she said, "I meant waiting for you to come back and save Aku." Song Qingshu's lips curled into a smile. "I didn't misunderstand. Why are you so anxious?" Chen Yuanyuan couldn't help but say, "You're so annoying." The two chatted along the way and soon arrived at the imperial palace. Now that Song Qingshu was Prince Qi, he was qualified to bring attendants into the palace. Moreover, Chen Yuanyuan was a woman, so the palace guards wouldn't make things difficult for her. The identity that Song Qingshu arranged for Chen Yuanyuan was to bring gift. After all, as Prince Qi, it was impossible for him to bring gifts himself. The two were led by a eunuch all the way to the chambers of the two princesses in the imperial harem. Zhao Huan-er and Zhao Yuanyuan had been waiting in the palace with their heads raised. Seeing him, they stood up excitedly. "Ahem, princesses, please pay attention to the royal etiquette." An old nanny on the side coughed, and the two princesses abruptly stopped their movements. Seeing the two princesses' aggrieved expressions, Song Qingshu frowned. This nanny was really controlling. However, she, as a servant, dared to treat princesses like this. Clearly, she was relying on her master's power. It seems that Zhao Go doesn't treat those poor sisters well. While Song Qingshu was deep in thought, the nanny interrupted him. "As the saying goes, men and women should be different. Prince Qi, please don't come any closer." Startled, Song Qingshu couldn't help but be inwardly angry. Although the emperor hadn't officially issued an edict to bestow the two princesses to him, everyone in Lin knew of the relationship between the two. Sooner or later, they would be married. For this nanny to obstruct him like this, it was likely that she was used to acting like a tyrant. "I want to speak with the two princesses." "All of you withdraw first," Song Qingshu said indifferently. The other palace maids in the room looked at each other in dismay. Subconsciously, they cast inquiring gazes at the old nanny. The old nanny smiled insincerely and said, "Reporting to Prince Qi, The emperor specially arranged for this old servant to take care of the two princesses. This old servant doesn't dare to leave her post. Song Qingshu's face darkened. In an instant, an icy atmosphere filled the room. The palace maids all kept quiet out of fear. On the contrary, the old nanny didn't show the slightest hint of fear. Just as they were in a deadlock, a pleasant voice suddenly came from outside. What happened? Chen Yuan, who was following behind Song Qingshu, trembled. If she hadn't been afraid of exposing her identity, she might have immediately turned her head away. Greetings to concubine Wu. A group of palace maids in the room knelt down and saluted, including the old nanny. Only then did Song Qingshu turn around. Aku was still as stunning as ever, and with her palace dress as a foil, she looked even more noble. Greetings, your ladyship. Seeing him, Aku's eyes curved like crescent moons, full of smiles. Prince Qi, you don't have to be so polite. Then her eyes fell on Chen Yuan. Although her appearance was disguised, she still recognized her at a glance. If it were a few years ago, perhaps Aku would have run over excitedly. However, she had been in the southern Song Imperial Palace for a long time and had experienced so many things. No matter how she thought about it, she naturally looked away and walked straight over to hold the two princesses' hands. I have recently obtained a few new toys, and I specially brought them for you to play with. Thank you, Your Highness. Zhao Huan and Zhao Yuan looked at each other and hurriedly returned the greeting. You and I are sisters-in-law. There is no need to be so polite. Aku hurriedly held the two princesses and said with a smile. After chatting for a while, Aku suddenly thought of something. Aya, this consort had forgotten that today is the day the Prince of Qi will visit you too. I won't disturb you two anymore. As she stood up, she waved to the old nanny. I rarely come here. Nanny Rong, can you show me around? Nanny Rong. Song Qingshu had a strange expression. He thought that all nannies with the surname Rong were so annoying. This. The old nanny looked hesitant. Aku's face instantly darkened. Why? Can't I call you? This old servant doesn't dare. Nanny Rong no longer had the insolence from before. She hurriedly ran to the front to lead the way. Concubine Wu was now the most favored person in the palace. Nanny Rong did not dare to offend her. If Concubine Wu ordered someone to kill her, the emperor would probably not care. As they passed by Song Qingshu suddenly said, Nanny, have you been having nightmares every night recently? No. The old nanny thought that she had eaten and slept soundly. How could she have had nightmares? However, when she raised her head and met Song Qingshu's eyes, her mind suddenly went blank. She nodded mechanically. Yes, I have nightmares often. Then you must treat the two princesses better in the future. Otherwise, you will have nightmares for the rest of your life. Song Qingshu wrapped his voice with his inner force and sent it only to her ears. As a result, the palace maids beside them did not know what was going on. At this moment, Aku was standing beside her mother. She suppressed the excitement in her heart and said, Come with me. Let them talk. Yes. How could Chen Yuan refuse? She was so excited that her voice trembled. The old nanny finally could not stand it anymore. Your Highness, His Majesty has ordered me. Aku directly interrupted her. I will bear the responsibility if anything happens. Yes. Noticing the impatient look in her eyes, the old nanny hurriedly shut her mouth. Aku left with the group of people. Soon, only Song Qingshu, Zhao Hu and Zhao Yuan were left in the room. Zhao Hu and Zhao Yuan no longer had any scruples. They immediately threw themselves into his arms. Big brother Song Yuan. Song Qingshu hugged the two girls' soft bodies. He felt a little guilty. After rescuing them from the Jin kingdom, he had never come to see them again. He had even gone in and out of the palace so many times. At the end of the day, he still lacked enough love for them. They had only been together in the dangerous environment of the Jin Kingdom by chance. Song Qinshu understood all of this. However, he was not stupid enough to let go of them to find his true love. After all, this world was different from the future. To a certain extent, he had already been intimate with them. Why would they look for other men? He had always despised Duan Jingchuan's behavior of abandoning his close female friends after sleeping with them. In comparison, he admired Wei Xiaobao's attitude of not having true love but being responsible to the end. It's all my fault. I should have come to see you earlier. Song Qinshu hugged the two girls and said apologetically. Zhao Huer pouted and said with some bitterness, I really want to see that Xiaolong Nu. I want to see how beautiful she is. She made you give up your life for her. Zhao Yuanyuan hurriedly pulled on her sleeve. Song Qinshu instantly understood. Zhao Go was about to bestow a marriage, but Xiaolong Nu appeared out of nowhere. In order to save her, Song Qinshu had to temporarily give up the betrothal. Although the two girls were not present, they had more or less heard the news. It was inevitable that they felt a little uncomfortable. Your brother will not betroth you to me so easily. Song Qinshu smiled bitterly. He has always used you as a bargaining chip to force me to cooperate with the imperial court to attack the Jin Kingdom. Even without Xiaolong Nu, he would have found other reasons to refuse the betrothal. Ninth brother is so annoying. Zhao Huer stamped her feet and said with some dissatisfaction, in the past, when we were locked up in the Jin Kingdom, he did not come to save us. Now that we have finally escaped, he is guarding us left and right. Huer, be careful with your words. Zhao Yuanyuan hurriedly covered her mouth. Chapter 1432. Zhao Yuanyuan felt the same way. Yes, all the sisters who came back from the Jin Kingdom have an old nanny by their side. They even asked us not to say anything. Are they afraid that what happened in the Jin Kingdom will get out and embarrass the Zhao family? This development was not out of Song Qinshu's expectations. Zhao Go must have done everything he could to cover up the scandal of the royal ladies in the Jin Kingdom. After all, imperial concubines, princesses, and titled ladies were like slaves there. No one could accept it. In history, Zhao Go's birth mother, Empress Dowager Wei, was humiliated in the Jin Kingdom. Rumor had it that she slept with a princess to serve a high official of the Jin Kingdom. Later, the Jin and the Song dynasty negotiated peace, and Empress Dowager Wei was released. Empress Dowager Wei was very secretive about what happened in the Jin Kingdom. Later, that princess also escaped from the Jin Kingdom. She thought that she had finally escaped, but because she was an insider of the scandal, Empress Dowager Wei killed her, saying that she was pretending to be a princess. So it seemed that Zhao Go had the intention of keeping an eye on the princesses who returned from the south by sending vicious nannies. Touching the two princesses' heads, Song Qinshu comforted them. Don't worry. From now on, that nanny won't make things difficult for you. Why? Zhao Huan asked directly. Brother Song, although you are Prince Qi, she is under the orders of ninth brother. I'm afraid she won't care about you. Song Qinshu smiled. Of course, I can't use the name of Prince Qi to suppress her. But I used magic on her. The two princesses were not from the martial world and did not know about the soul-shifting spell. So it was better to use a name that they were familiar with. Brother Song, you are amazing. Zhao Huan was pleasantly surprised. Beside her, Zhao Yuanyuan could not hide her excitement. They did not doubt Song Qinshu's words. After going through so much, in their eyes, their lover could do anything. He was like an immortal. Following that, Song Qinshu chatted with the two princesses about some of the things that had happened during this period of time. He listened to the two women pour out their hearts, and he also told them about the various things that had happened after their return. After comforting them for a while, Song Qinshu took out some toys that he had carefully selected from outside the palace and gave them to the two girls. They grew up in the Jin Kingdom's laundry yard and were now almost under house arrest in the palace. They had never seen the outside world, so they felt that these toys were extremely novel. It would be great if we could live freely outside. Zhao Yuanyuan looked out of the palace, her voice full of envy. Hearing her words, Song Qinshu couldn't help but feel sad. The two women were originally noble, but unfortunately, their lives were full of misfortune. Now, their lives weren't even as happy as ordinary girls. Let it go. Sooner or later, I will take you out of the palace. At that time, there won't be so many rules, and there won't be so many restrictions. You will be able to travel the world freely. Big Brother Song, to be able to meet you in this life is really our greatest fortune. Zhao Yuanyuan nestled her body in his arms and said with deep emotion. That's right. If it weren't for your dazzling appearance, we would still be in the laundry yard, struggling in the endless darkness. Zhao Huan was also reminded of her sad memories. Moreover, you would have brought us out of this cage-like palace. Song Qinshu hesitated for a moment, then said to the two girls, but I have a lot of things on my hands now. Taking you out of the palace is not something that can be done in a day. Zhao Yuanyuan smiled sweetly. We can wait. We were able to persevere in a place like the laundry yard, so this little bit of suffering is nothing. Song Qinshu couldn't help but sigh. Although the two girls looked weak, the events of the Jin Kingdom had tempered them to be much stronger than ordinary women. In the future, you can spend more time with concubine Wu. She is my good friend. If you have any difficulties, feel free to look for her. Big Brother Song, you are so amazing. Even concubine Wu is your friend. Zhao Huan cried out in surprise. She is now the most favored concubine in the palace. How do you know her? Seeing the surprised look in the two girls' eyes, Song Qinshu felt a little guilty. Before concubine Wu entered the palace, I interacted with her and even helped her. The two girls did not think much of it. After all, only a few people knew that Zhao Go was impotent. This is great. With concubine Wu's help, let's see if those nannies dare to make things difficult for us. Just like that, the three of them chatted about all sorts of things. The meeting time passed quickly. Eunuchs and palace maids came to urge them a few times. Only then did Song Qinshu have to bid farewell to the two little princesses. Zhao Huan and Zhao Yuanyuan were young girls after all. Very soon, their eyes were filled with tears. Song Qinshu's heart softened. He thought that after he finished dealing with the matters in the north, he would bring them out as soon as possible. When they came out, they bumped into Aku. With his sharp eyes, Song Qinshu noticed that both her and Chen Yuanyuan's eyes were slightly red. It was obvious that the mother and daughter were also sad about the impending separation. Your Highness, it's time to return to the palace, a palace maid reminded Aku from behind. Aku had no choice but to say to Song Qinshu, I heard that the king of Qi is going to lead an army to attack the Jin Kingdom. I wish the king of Qi a safe journey. Thank you, Your Highness. Song Qinshu hurriedly returned the gesture. Aku took the opportunity to whisper to him, Take good care of my mother. Don't worry. Take good care of yourself too. When I return, I will take you out of the palace, Song Qinshu replied. Aku's crystal-clear earlobes were instantly dyed red. In a barely audible voice, she said, I will wait for you. With that, she left shyly, occasionally turning back to look at her mother. Chen Yuanyuan also stared at her unblinkingly. It was obvious that her emotions were stirring. Even her body was trembling slightly. Only when Aku's figure disappeared around the corner of the corridor did Song Qinshu walk over to support Chen Yuanyuan. Sister Yuanyuan, let's go. Chen Yuanyuan was somewhat absent-minded. Only by allowing him to support her did she not fall. The two of them walked like this for a while. Suddenly, a faint voice sounded. The king of Qi is truly protective of the fairer sex. Chen Yuanyuan trembled. Finally regaining her wits, she hurriedly pushed Song Qinshu away. She straightened her body, an extremely awkward expression on her face. Song Qinshu turned his head to look at the yellow-robed figure. He could not help but smile bitterly. Miss Yang is truly mysterious these days. The yellow-robed woman lightly snorted. She slowly walked over, her gaze constantly examining Chen Yuan. Seeing her graceful figure, she could not help but reveal a look of surprise. When she clearly saw her appearance, she could not help but exclaim in surprise. Worried that she would see through his disguise, Song Qinshu hurriedly said to Chen Yuan, "Wait for me outside." Chen Yuan reacted quickly. Yes, with that, she lowered her head and walked out. The yellow-robed woman came to Song Qinshu's side. Watching his departing figure, she could not help but say, "You always have beauties by your side. Even a mere maid has such a graceful figure. It's just that her appearance seems a little ordinary." Song Qinshu smiled awkwardly. "Look at what you're saying. No matter how graceful a maid's figure is, she cannot compare to you." The yellow-robed woman blushed and spat, "Nonsense." Worried that her attention was still on Chen Yuan, Song Qinshu hurriedly diverted her attention. "Didn't you say yesterday that you had something to say to me? Why did you run off afterwards?" The yellow-robed woman could not help but roll her eyes. "You still have the nerve to say that? Yesterday your wife was there. Wouldn't I be looking for trouble by going into the carriage?" Song Qinshu could not help but laugh. "Could it be that you feel a little guilty after seeing your wife?" The yellow-robed woman's expression turned cold. Is this kind of joke interesting? She already had a cold temperament. Now it was one disaster after another. Song Qinshu felt as if the temperature in the air had dropped by a few degrees. Angry women age faster. The yellow-robed woman snorted. "You don't have to worry about that." She paused and muttered in a low voice, "What's more, Miss Rin is not a wife. Amay's Zhou Zhirua and the 9th princess of the former Ming dynasty, which one of them is willing to be a concubine?" Song Qinshu was shocked. "What are you talking about?" "Nothing." The yellow-robed woman's face turned slightly red. She hurriedly said, "Yesterday I came to find you mainly to say goodbye. I learned that you were coming to the palace today, so I deliberately waited for you here. After today, I do not know when we will meet again." Suddenly, Song Qinshu also felt a little sad. Today's world was different from the future. There were high-speed trains and planes. Once an ordinary person was separated by 1,000 miles, let alone a few years, they might not see each other again in a lifetime. Fortunately, he was not an ordinary person now. Whether it was riding a horse or taking a boat, he had enough money to pay. Moreover, he had superb qinggong. At worst, he could run on 2 legs. Of course, there were many things to do in the north this time. It would take at least a year and a half to finish everything. "Well, I have seen you off. You can go." Before Song Qinshu could speak, the yellow-robed woman suddenly spoke. Then, she turned around and floated away. Song Qinshu was stunned. "You came to say goodbye to me, but you left without saying anything?" The yellow-robed woman's figure paused. She hesitated for a moment and asked, "The grass will be green next spring, right?" Song Qinshu had a strange expression on his face. He, who came from the future, was extremely sensitive to the word green. He thought that this sentence was strange and did not know what she meant. He could only casually answer, "I don't like green." "That's right, I saw Huer and Yuan today. They seem to be in a difficult situation in the palace. When you have free time, remember to take care of them," Song Qinshu hastily added. The yellow-robed woman coldly snorted. Her voice grew colder and colder. "I know." Finished speaking, she did not pause and quickly disappeared. Only Song Qinshu was left with a stunned expression. He did not know how he had offended her. "You really have beauties by your side no matter where you go." Chen Yuan walked over and said with a smile that was not a smile. "Of course," Song Qinshu said confidently. "I am too good of a person. Naturally, I am liked by others." "You really have no shame," Chen Yuan jokingly scolded. Even though she was in disguise to hide her heavenly beauty, she was still extremely charming. Song Qingshu brought Chen Yuanyuan back to the Prince of Qi's residence. Ren Yingying and Huang Rong were already sitting in the carriage waiting for him. Seeing his stunned expression, Ren Yingying smiled and said, "If your husband wants to go far away as his wife, I should send him off." Song Qingshu was so touched that he held her hand. Ren Yingying seemed to have been electrocuted and withdrew her hand. Somewhat guiltily, she glanced at Huang Rong. She saw that Huang Rong had her eyes closed and was pretending to sleep, as if she had not seen what had happened. Ren Yingying's icy mind naturally understood that Huang Rong was deliberately not embarrassing her. She could not help but feel even more embarrassed. She unhappily glared at the culprit. Chapter 1433. Song Qingshu couldn't help but think this way. For someone from the future, the word green was too glaring. He immediately thought of a line on the internet in the future. Falling in love with a wild horse that's out of control, the top of your head is a green grassland. As soon as Song Qingshu said this, the two women in the carriage looked strange. Ren Yingying looked at him and asked, "Did a girl say this to you just now?" Although he didn't know what it meant, his instinct told him that it was not a good thing to admit it at this time. He shook his head like a rattle and hurriedly denied, "No, no." Huang Rong laughed and said, "Qingshu, you don't have to lie. This poem is from Wang Wei's Farewell in the Mountain. The spring grass is green next year, but the prince's grandson will not return. You are now Prince of Qi. If the prince doesn't refer to you, who does he refer to? He misses you and wants you to come back soon." Song Qingshu suddenly understood. No wonder the girl in yellow showed a sour face just now. It turned out that he didn't understand what she meant. He came from the future, so he might know some history and have seen more things. But his attainments in ancient poetry were really not as good as the people in this world. It was no wonder that he didn't understand. "Now I know what it means to be uneducated is terrible." Song Qingshu regretted it too late. Suddenly he saw the two women in the carriage looking at him with a faint smile. He couldn't help but blush. He coughed twice and said, "This is just a friend, an ordinary friend." "Really?" Ren Yingying thought for a while and sighed secretly. But she didn't get to the bottom of it. Huang Rong saw her attitude and had to admire that she was really a generous woman. But which woman wanted this kind of generosity? The time of gathering was always short, and the time of parting would come eventually. After the carriage went out of the city gate, Song Qingshu wouldn't let Ren Yingying see him. He said, "You haven't recovered yet. Besides, Lin and looks calm on the surface, but in fact it is full of danger. I really don't trust you to see me off." "But," Ren Yingying frowned slightly, "but I can't bear to part with you." Now that they were about to part, she was so excited that she couldn't care less about Huang Rong. Song Qingshu pulled her into his embrace and comforted her. "Yingying, I promise you that I'll rush back to see you after I'm done with my matters. You must remember to practice the everlasting youth skill that I imparted to you in linen. I don't want you to have exhausted your lifespan and passed away when I come back." Ren Yingying couldn't help but laugh through her tears. She couldn't help but hit his chest. "How can it be so fast? It's fine as long as you're smiling. Don't make our parting so sad." Song Qingshu wiped away the tears on her cheeks. "You're crying like a kitten." Huang Rong listened to the two of them being lovey-dovey, and she got goosebumps all over her body. Only then did Ren Yingying remember that there was someone next to her. She blushed and pushed him away. "Well, remember to take care of Sister Huang on the way." Song Qingshu glanced at Huang Rong and said with a smile, "Don't worry. I'll take good care of her." Huang Rong's heart skipped a beat. She didn't know whether it was her illusion or something else. She seemed to hear that the tone of the word, "take care," was a little strange. She couldn't help but think of some conjectures that made her heart beat faster. "I'll also take good care of the intelligence network here in Lin and I'll show you the results when you come back next time. Ren Yingying forced a smile and deliberately cheered herself up. The intelligence network is secondary. The most important thing is your body. Don't get tired, Song Qingshu said as he wanted to hug her again. Ren Yingying hurriedly pushed him away with a red face. Take care of yourself. Ren Yingying stepped back a few steps and waved at him with red eyes. Song Qingshu knew that it was getting late. If he continued to dawdle, he might make her feel more uncomfortable. So he hardened his heart and jumped into the carriage again. He ordered, "Let's go." After the carriage had left for a long time, Song Qingshu looked back through the window. He could still faintly see a beautiful figure standing at the gate of the city. Alas! Song Qingshu couldn't help sighing. He finally understood why there were so many farewell poems in ancient times. This kind of separation scene really made people's emotions ferment to the extreme. Reluctant to leave? Huang Rong asked with a playful face. I'm a little reluctant to leave. Song Qingshu lay on the seat, and he seemed to have lost his spirit in an instant. In fact, you don't have to leave so early. You can stay in Linnan for a few more days. Huang Rong couldn't help but give him an idea. Song Qingshu sat up straight in an instant and glared at her angrily. Madam, it's not kind of you. It's obvious that I left so early to send you away. You still make sarcastic remarks. Huang Rong's face was slightly red. It's not like I don't have long legs. Can't I walk by myself? Song Qingshu shook his head. I lost you twice in a row. I don't want to have a third time. That kind of suffering is really uncomfortable. Thinking of his nervous look when he found her in the gemstone mountain, Huang Rong's heart softened. Her eyes became soft. Thank you. Song Qingshu smiled. There is no need to say thank you to me. Huang Rong's heart jumped. She always felt that he seemed to be a family member with her. She glanced at him quietly and saw that he was looking out of the window with lonely eyes. Obviously, he was still sad about being separated from Ren Yingying. This bastard looks quite elegant when he is sad. Huang Rong looked at him and suddenly felt a little confused. She hurriedly looked away. In this way, one person was sad, and the other was thinking nonsense in the carriage. Soon they fell into a tacit silence. After driving for a long time, Song Qingshu suddenly sat up straight. His originally sleepy eyes suddenly opened, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. What's wrong? Song Qingshu's reaction alarmed Huang Rong, who couldn't help but ask curiously. There are people in the woods in front. Song Qingshu replied in a deep voice. Huang Rong hurriedly listened attentively. Unfortunately, it was too far away. She could only hear the sound of the wind blowing through the leaves and nothing else. However, she did not doubt his judgment at all. Will they come for us? Huang Rong asked nervously. Song Qingshu thought for a moment and shook his head. I don't think so. Although it is a distance from Lin and it is not remote. How can they set up an ambush here? As for who they are, we will know when we go and have a look. Huang Rong frowned and said, Isn't it too risky? With me by your side, the world is so big, even if it is a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, you don't have to be afraid. Song Qingshu said lightly, but there was a sense of disdain in his tone. Huang Rong knew that he was telling the truth. Sometimes she had to admit that a confident man really had a different kind of charm. Song Qingshu ordered his men to drive the carriage in the direction of the woods where there were people. After a while, he said, Stop here and see the situation. Those who were good at fighting had no illustrious achievement. In fact, Song Qingshu also understood that the wisest thing to do was to leave. If he came over, it was easy to get into trouble. However, perhaps he was bold because of his skills, or because of the experience of playing RPG games in his previous life. He knew that the most terrible thing was not what happened, but that time passed unknowingly when nothing happened. Only by triggering more things could there be more opportunities. Although today's world was not a game, the principle was still the same. Song Qinshu lifted a corner of the curtain of the carriage and saw that in an open space dozens of feet away, a group of people wearing red uniforms and ferocious iron masks had surrounded a carriage. The design of the carriage was much more elegant than the one Song Qinshu was riding in. The thin white gauze curtain fluttered in the wind, and he could faintly see a woman sitting inside. Unfortunately, it was separated by layers of gauze, so he could not see the appearance of the person inside. There were also more than 10 people scattered around the carriage, looking at these people in red with vigilance. Even from a distance, one could see the tense atmosphere in the air. It could be said that a fight could break out at any moment. "Oh, I didn't expect it to be an old acquaintance." Seeing the people around the carriage, Song Qinshu could not help but chuckle. At this time, Huang Rong also came over, and after seeing those people clearly, she could not help but say, "The 4 great evildoers have done all kinds of evil, and you are actually friends with them? Old acquaintances are not necessarily friends." Song Qinshu smiled and suddenly noticed that Huang Rong's face was already very close to his. Looking at her tender face, which was like a young girl's, he suddenly felt a little tempted and wanted to go up and kiss her. However, he was worried that he would annoy her, so he did not kiss her in the end. Huang Rong did not notice anything unusual and said, "It seems that they are people from Shisha's Class 1 hall, but I don't know who these people in red who surrounded them are. This place is not far from Linnan, so they must be people from the Southern Song dynasty. Look at their clothes, they are a bit like the legendary Imperial City Guards." Song Qinshu replied in a deep voice. The Qing dynasty had the sticking department, the Ming dynasty had the embroidered uniform guards, the Liao dynasty had the secret service, and the Jin dynasty had the washing house. The Southern Song dynasty also had its own spy agency, the Imperial City Guard. The Imperial City Guards were divided into 2 types of people. One type was called the personal attendants, who were in charge of the Imperial City Guards. For example, the Imperial City Guards were in charge of the various gates of the Imperial City Guards. There were 5 lines of defense in the Imperial City Guards, which were usually directly distributed by the Imperial City Guards and the guards in front of the palace. The reason for this arrangement was to allow the Imperial City Guards and the guards in front of the palace to check and balance each other and prevent abnormal movements. The other type was called the personal attendants, also known as the inspectors. This was the second function of the Imperial City Guards, a secret spy agency. Its predecessor was the Wushu Department set up by the Taizu Emperor, and it was renamed the Imperial City Guards during the reign of Emperor Taizong of Song. These inspectors went from the brothels to the ministers of the government to gather information. At the beginning, there were only a few dozen of them, but at the peak, there were more than 7,000 of them. Their main role was in 4 aspects. First, to monitor the army. Usually, there were spies from the Imperial City Guards in the garrison army in the capital, and even the guards in front of the palace. They recorded the daily activities and reported them in detail, and when necessary, they would take emergency measures. For example, during the Renzong period, the soldier Sangda and the others got drunk and said some disrespectful words. They were immediately arrested by the Imperial City Guards and sent to Kaifeng Mansion, where they were soon executed. Second, to spy on the discussions among the people. During the Song Shinzong reform, the court was in turmoil, and there were many people who slandered the court. The Imperial City Guards were everywhere, and anyone who heard someone talking about the court was immediately arrested. Tens of thousands of people were imprisoned because of this. Third, to spy on the activities of the officials. There were many officials in this area. From the relatives of the emperor to the warehouses of the various departments, there were fixed people in charge of monitoring them. Sometimes, the emperor would even assign some temporary task. For example, during the reign of Emperor Taizong, he suspected that the granary officials in the suburbs of the capital were cheating, so he sent people from the Imperial City Guards to infiltrate the granary in disguise. Sure enough, there was corruption. Fourth, to guard against enemy countries. The Song dynasty was weak. During the Northern Song dynasty, it had diplomatic relations with Western Xia, Liao, and during the Southern Song dynasty, it had a lot of mutual spying. The imperial city guards were responsible for this aspect of security. In the Song dynasty, when officials went to Liao or Jin, they would be accompanied by officials from the imperial city guard. When envoys from Liao or Jin came to the Song dynasty, the imperial city guards would also participate in the reception. According to the records, during the Zhen dynasty, the imperial city guards discovered that a merchant was a spy from Liao and arrested him. The reason why Song Qinshu knew so clearly was because of the intelligence network of the Qin kingdom and the Jin kingdom. While recalling the information from the imperial city guards, Huang Rong suddenly said in surprise, "The leader of the imperial city guards is actually a woman." Song Qingshu's attention was attracted by the four villains, and the people of the imperial city guards were all wearing masks, so he didn't notice for a moment. Hearing this, he looked carefully and saw that the leader of the imperial city guards was a graceful woman with long hair fluttering behind her. Even though she was tightly wrapped in the clothes of a secret agent, it didn't hide her own charm. Chapter 1434. Judging from the woman's figure, she should be a young girl. As the saying goes, young women tend to be plump and graceful, while young girls are more slender and youthful. Song Qinshu vaguely felt that he should know this person, but he couldn't think of any girl he knew who was related to the Imperial City Department. "Miss, what do you mean?" Duan Yanqing's signature ventriloquism sounded. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant, and it could scare children into not crying in the middle of the night. The girl said, "A few days ago, the young lady of the Imperial Censor Shen Yan's family was kidnapped. We, the Imperial City Department, were ordered to investigate. We heard that the notorious pervert Yunzhong he appeared near Lin An City, accompanied by a girl. We suspect that the young lady of the Shen family was kidnapped by him." At this time, Yunzhong he was looking at the girl's figure with a greedy face. His eyes swept up and down in an extremely wretched manner. Hearing her words, he couldn't help but laugh. "Little sister, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want." Noticing his wretched and disgusting look, the girl's eyes showed disgust. She instantly drew out the soft sword from her waist and said coldly, "Who is your little sister?" "She is the one who agrees." Yunzhong He's smile made even Song Qinshu, who was far away, want to punch him. The girl who bore the brunt was naturally more anxious. She raised her hand and several silver needles flew in front of Yunzhong He. Yunzhong He's smile stiffened, but it was too late for him to dodge. Song Qinshu uttered a sound of surprise. This girl's acupuncture technique was also ingenious. In recent years, apart from Dongfang Muxue, this girl was the only one who could use needles so well. Ding ding ding! Duan Yanqing withdrew the wrought iron staff in front of Yunzhong He, which still had 3 trembling silver needles stuck in it. He said, "Fourth brother, don't be rude." Yunzhong He had just recovered from the shock. He didn't dare to say anything at this time. Duan Yanqing said to the girl, "Miss, it is said that the young lady of the Shen family is the candidate for the crown prince's wife. No matter how lustful my fourth brother is, he wouldn't dare to be so audacious. I hope you can investigate this." The girl snorted coldly. The people of Shisha's Class 1 Hall have always been the enemy of the Great Song. I think the disappearance of the young lady of the Shen family is likely to be your doing. Duan Yanqing said indifferently, "Do you have any proof for what Miss said? Evidence?" The girl pointed at the carriage beside them. "Who's the woman inside?" Duan Yanqing answered, "She is not the young lady of the Shen family." "Yes or no, we'll know once we check," the young girl said as she walked towards the carriage. Duan Yanqing stepped forward and stood in front of her. "Please forgive me. My companion doesn't like to see outsiders. I think the young miss of the Shin family is hidden inside." The girl was furious. She raised her hand, and the secret agents of the Imperial City Department raised their crossbows and aimed at Duan Yanqing and the others. Duan Yanqing's facial expression was unsightly. The Western Xia and the Song dynasty had been at war for many years. Duan Yanqing naturally understood that although the Song dynasty was weak, their crossbow technology was too powerful. Over the past few decades, the Western Xia people had suffered a lot from the crossbows of the Song dynasty. Not to mention the Western Xia, even the Jurchen cavalry that swept across the Central Plains a few years ago was shot down by the crossbows of the Song dynasty in Sichuan and Shaanxi. At such a close distance, if these secret agents aimed their crossbows at them, most of them would die on the spot if they pulled the trigger. It's really outrageous. It's always us four villains who wrongly accuse others. How can we be wrongly accused by others? Boss, don't talk nonsense with her. Let me break this little girl's neck. At this time, the straightforward and reckless Southern Sea crocodile deity, Yu Laosan, suddenly couldn't help but go crazy. Yu Laosan, don't be impulsive. Boss knows what to do. Yi Ernyang hurriedly stopped him. How many times have I told you that I am Yu Laosan, not Yu Laosan? The Southern Sea crocodile deity glared at Yi Ernyang angrily. As long as I am still here, you will always be the third. Yi Ernyang snorted coldly. What did you say? The Southern Sea crocodile deity was furious. I will twist your head off and see who is the second. Saying this, he pulled out the crocodile scissors on his back and attacked Yi Ernyang. Do you think I am afraid of you? Yi Ernyang took out the willow blades and instantly fought with him. Yun Zhonghe, who was at the side, shook his head repeatedly. Yu Laosan, oh Yu Laosan, you really can't change your ways. You're always fighting with second sister for a spot. Second sister, let me help you. As he spoke, he waved his iron claw and steel staff and joined the battle. Seeing the three of them fighting fiercely, the people of the Imperial City Department looked at each other and subconsciously lowered the crossbows in their hands. They all went to consult their leaders. In the distance, Huang Rong frowned. I am afraid we have fallen into a trap. At this time, the young girl was also alarmed. She exclaimed, Be careful. Unfortunately, it was too late. Yi Ernyang, Yu Laosan, and Yun Zhonghe suddenly attacked at the same time. A large number of hidden weapons were shot out, and the secret agents with crossbows were hit. In an instant, a row of them fell. Then, the three of them led the experts of the Class 1 Hall under their command to rush into the secret agent formation of the Imperial City Department during the chaos and fought with many secret agents. In this way, the remaining archers of the Imperial City Department could not distinguish between friend and foe, and did not dare to shoot randomly. Yun Zhonghe, I will settle the score with you later for scolding me just now. Yu Laosan did not forget what had happened just now. Yun Zhonghe smiled embarrassedly. What did I scold you for? Oh, I said that you can't change your habits. Isn't this a trick of injuring yourself for everyone's safety? Why are you so stingy? Yu Laosan was so angry that he stomped his feet. I swear I will definitely twist your neck. Yun Zhonghe stroked his mustache and smiled wickedly. I am afraid you don't have that ability. The young girl wanted to rush over to help, but Duan Yanqing did not give her the chance. He waved his Damascus iron staff to stop her, and the two sides instantly fought. What time is it now, and you are still quarreling here? Do you have any respect for me? Seeing that their boss was angry, Yu Laosan and Yun Zhonghe closed their mouth. In the distance, Song Qingshu secretly laughed. This Yu Laosan is really straightforward. No wonder so many readers think that this evil man is a little cute. Huang Rong could not help but say, Qingshu, do you want to go and help? The people of the Imperial City Department have suffered heavy losses. Song Qingshu shook his head indifferently. Although the people of the Imperial City Department have lost the initiative, this is, after all, their home ground. They have many people, and it will be difficult for the people of the Class 1 Hall of the Western Xia to take advantage of them. Do you think my lady can defeat Duan Yanqing? After all, Huang Rong was from the Song dynasty, and with Duan Yanqing's fierce reputation, she naturally put herself on the side of the Imperial City Department. After all, the lady is young, and her internal energy is certainly not as good as Duan Yanqing's. However, her swordsmanship is exquisite. Obviously, she has been taught by a famous teacher since she was a child. It is not impossible for her to fight. Song Qingshu commented, still thinking about the identity of the young girl. As soon as he finished speaking, the young girl suddenly flicked her finger, and a silver needle shot toward Duan Yanqing's eyes. Duan Yanqing did not dare to be careless, and hurriedly retreated, raising his Damascus iron staff to defend. The young girl took advantage of this time to leap into the air. With a wave of her sleeves, a large number of silver needles poured out like a torrential rain of pear flowers. Instantly, more than half of the experts of the western Xia side fell. Even Yi Ernyang, Yu Laosan, and Yunzhong he were hit by several silver needles. But the young girl did not stop at all. She twisted her waist, and with a beautiful somersault in the air, she landed directly on the carriage. She lifted the white gauze outside and stretched out her hand to grab inside. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the carriage. It was a slender hand. In the distance, Huang Rong could not help but exclaim, "The owner of this pair of hands must be very beautiful." Song Qingshu casually added, "It's also very dangerous." The slender hand waved her sleeves, and the young girl of the Imperial Guard suddenly felt her legs go numb. With a muffled groan, she half knelt on the ground. She was shocked and hurriedly brandished her sword to stab inside. At this moment, the fair hand moved again, and gently patted the chest of the other party. The young girl of the Imperial Guard hastily raised her hand to protect her chest. Who knew that her waist would suddenly go numb, followed by a heavy blow on her back. She could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. She did not know when the beautiful hand had already clasped her neck, and then a delicate and melodious voice rang out, "All of you stop, or I will kill her." The rest of the secret agents of the Imperial Guard had just noticed the situation here, and they were all shocked. This young girl's identity was special, and if anything were to happen to her, they would not be able to bear the consequences. In the distance, Huang Rong had a strange expression. Another young girl, and she must be an extremely beautiful one. Song Qingshu nodded. With such a beautiful pair of hands and such a pleasant voice, it would be a mistake of the heavens if she was not beautiful. That's right, just now, the young girl of the Imperial Guard had clearly blocked the other party's attack, so why did she suddenly fall for it? Huang Rong could not help but ask. She had seen the entire process clearly, and even if it were her, she would not have been able to do better. She really could not understand why she had suddenly lost. As Song Qingshu watched the situation in the distance, he slowly replied, "Looking at the situation just now, it seems that the palm force of the person in the carriage did not move in a straight line, but curved and curved, striking the young girl of the Imperial Guard in the waist, causing her to lose her balance, and then struck her back with a heavy blow." Palm force can be curved? When Huang Rong thought of the angle from which the person had exerted force, she could not help but be shocked. If palm force could be curved at any time, then it would be impossible to defend against it. When one's martial arts reach a certain level, it is not difficult to control the direction of one's palm force. However, that person is young and might not have reached this level, so it can only be that her palm technique is rather amazing. Coincidentally, I seem to have seen a similar palm technique before. Song Qingshu remembered the scene when Li Qingluo had fought against Taoist Baisu and sect Master Vajra. White rainbow palm force from Western Xia. Song Qingshu had a contemplative expression. Things were becoming more and more interesting. Release her. The people of the Imperial Guard shouted angrily. The person in the carriage chuckled softly, and her voice was incredibly delicate. "Do you think that I will release her in this situation? If the secret agents of the Imperial Guard are all at your level, Then I will be very disappointed. The 4 evil men led the remaining Class 1 Hall members to retreat near the carriage. At that moment, with a hostage in their hands, they did not need to worry about arrows. Don't worry about me. Kill them all on the spot. Even though her vitals were seized, the young girl still shouted without a care for her own safety. The secret agents of the Imperial Guard looked at each other, but in the end they did not shoot. The person in the carriage chuckled softly again. Looks like your status is not low. I want to see what you look like. As she spoke, she took off the savage mask on her face. Even though there was quite a distance between them, with Song Qingshu's level of cultivation, it was not difficult for him. Even though there was blood at the corner of the young girl's mouth, it could not hide her beautiful appearance. Her usually dignified and graceful temperament was now as cold as frost. Song Qingshu was stunned. How could it be her? This image was a little against the setting. Could it be that she was trying to make a contrast? Everyone could guess who this young girl from the Imperial Guard was, and they could also guess who the young girl in the carriage was. The answer would be revealed tomorrow. Today's 10,000-word update was completed. Chapter 1435. Song Qingshu could not help but be shocked. Even though he had only met her twice, he could tell that she was a graceful, gentle, and graceful young lady from a wealthy family. But now she did not look like her usual gentle and quiet self. Now she was cold and handsome. She exuded a dangerous and dark presence, which was far different from her usual image. You know her? Noticing Song Qingshu's reaction, Huang Rong could not help but ask. To a certain extent, I know her. She is the young lady of the Shui family, Song Qingshu explained with a bitter smile. I remember now. Last time, when you were promoted to King of Qi, her father brought her along. Huang Rong cried out in surprise and looked carefully. Her temperament is completely different. It's as if she has become a different person. If you did not say it, I would not have recognized her. The Imperial Department is investigating the young lady of the Xin family. Song Qingshu remembered that last time Shui Yi's men blocked the road, the yellow-clothed woman came to pass the decree of the palace and let them into the palace. He originally thought that he was the only one to enter the palace. He did not expect that Shui Baochai would also come with him. Should we save her? Huang Rong could not help but ask. Even though Zhao Go had set Guojing up, she still saw herself as a Song citizen. Besides, she had a good impression of Shui Baochai. When she thought about how Yunzhong he had a bad reputation and how he would not survive if he fell into his hands, she could not help but want to help. Song Qingshu shook his head. There is no need for us. Someone will naturally do it. Huang Rong was puzzled. Suddenly, a white-robed swordsman descended from the sky. With her eyesight, she could not even see him clearly. He rushed towards the white carriage like a bolt of lightning. The Class 1 Hall elites guarding the outermost area did not even have time to react. A bloody line instantly appeared on their necks, and they all fell to the ground. With the obstruction from outside, the 4 villains finally reacted. They raised their weapons and went up. A cold light flashed. Yi Ernyang's willow leaf blades were stabbed into the tree beside her. Yu Laosan's crocodile beak scissors were stuck in the ground and trembled. The top of Yunzhong He's iron claw staff was cut off, and only a bare staff was left. One by one, the 3 of them were wounded. Yunzhong He's injury was the most serious. Because his weapon had been cut off, there was a deep wound between his chest and right arm. If he hadn't rushed to the carriage, he would have been cut in half. Duan Yanqing shouted loudly. His cultivation was, after all, far higher than the other 3 fiends. Using the solitary solar finger, he struck the tip of his opponent's sword with his wrought steel staff. Duan Yanqing grinned maliciously. While his right hand was blocking the opponent's sword, his other hand used the solitary yang finger to poke Duan Yanqing's body. This was a time-tested move that had killed countless heroes of the Jianghu. The white-clothed swordsman snorted coldly. With a flick of his wrist, the shuriken in his hand spun rapidly. Duan Yanqing only felt that the web between his thumb and forefinger was shaken, and he could no longer hold on to the Damascus iron staff in his hand. Feeling the bone-chilling sword chi, he could no longer care about his image, and rolled down the carriage. When he regained his balance, he found that the web between his thumb and forefinger had split open and was dripping with blood. He could not help but be shocked. However, he remembered that there was something more important. He didn't have time to tend to his wound and nervously looked in the direction of the carriage. At this moment, the white-clothed swordsman had already stopped. The tip of his sword was pointed at the woman in the carriage. The reason why he had stopped was because the other party was holding Shui Baochai's neck and standing in front of him. If the white-clothed swordsman's sword were to advance another half an inch, Shui Baochai would most likely die. This person's sword technique is so sharp. In the distance, Huang Rong was shocked. She could be considered a well-known figure in Jianghu and had seen countless masters, but the only ones with such a high level of swordsmanship were probably the sheep-raising girl and Song Qingshu, whom she had seen at the Golden Snake Convention. It's not just fierce. To a certain extent, it can be said to be unparalleled in the world. Song Qingshu exclaimed in admiration. The sword techniques of the experts in the Jianghu were either light, cunning, or bold. However, this person's sword technique was completely meant for killing. No one else could compare to him in this aspect. Who on earth is this person? Huang Rong was even more shocked. With Song Qingshu's martial arts skills, there were very few people in the world who could receive such praise from him. How could he be a nameless person? Song Qingshu chuckled and said, "Have you forgotten what happened in the carriage last time?" Huang Rong's face turned red when she recalled the scene in the carriage. She said angrily, "Why are you talking about that now?" Song Qingshu was stunned. Seeing her rolling her eyes and blushing cheeks, he understood that she had misunderstood. He couldn't help but smile and said, "I'm talking about someone who stopped our carriage on the street and wanted to have a sword match with me." Huang Rong exclaimed. She wished there was a hole in the ground to hide in. She hurriedly used words to divert her embarrassment. "So it's Shui Yi's man." At this moment, there was also movement from the Xixia carriage. As expected of someone who crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Your sword technique does indeed contain matchless killing intent. The girl's delicate voice rose from the carriage again. She did not seem to be nervous at all. A hint of surprise appeared on Shui Yi's face, which was as cold as ice. "You know me?" The girl chuckled softly. The Imperial City Department is in charge of gathering information from within and outside the country. Class 1 Hall is also in charge of something similar. How can we not pay attention to a powerful person who killed a Jurchen army of 1,000 by himself? In the distance, Song Qingshu nodded. As expected of someone from Xixia's Class 1 Hall. I just don't know whether she's the person I guessed. Someone from Class 1 Hall? Huang Rong frowned. In truth, Beggar's Sect and Class 1 Hall of Xixia had plenty of dealings with each other before, but as the Jurchens rose to power and the Mongolians invaded the south, Xixia was no longer connected to southern Song. The hatred between the two sides gradually faded away. Shui Yi's gaze fell on the girl's hand on his sister's neck. He estimated in his heart whether he could subdue her before she hurt his sister. Unfortunately, the result was not optimistic. In recent years, our great Song has never had any dealings with Xixia. Why did you come to Lin and to stir up trouble? Shui Yi had no choice but to calm her down and wait for an opportunity. It was your Imperial City Department who stirred up trouble first. We were just enjoying ourselves here, but you suddenly sent people to surround us. Who is stirring up trouble? The girl snorted softly. The Class 1 Hall of Xixia has sent out all their experts. You said you wanted to go sightseeing in Linen. Do you think we are 3-year-old children? Shui Yi sneered. Yes, we did come to Lin and for something. Although our two countries did not have much contact in the past few years, we were no longer connected to each other. Now that Mongolia has returned Sichuan to you, and at the same time, they have also returned some of the land that they had occupied in the past to Xixia. From now on, our two countries will be connected to each other, the girl said with a smile. So what? Shui said in a deep voice. So what? The girl's voice suddenly turned cold. Our great Xia kingdom and your Song dynasty have been at war for almost 100 years. You have forgotten, but our great Xia kingdom has not. That year, your Song dynasty's western army was closing in step by step. Seeing that our Xia dynasty was about to perish, fortunately, the Jurchens suddenly rose up and attacked Bianjing. Only then did we have a chance to recuperate and get a breather. The lesson from the past is still fresh in our minds. Now that you have regained Sichuan, how can we not be cautious? So, you are really here to cause trouble? Shui spun the sword in his hand, as if he was going to attack at any time. The girl's hand that was strangling Shui Baochai's neck tightened instantly. She used her body to block almost all the attack routes of the other party. We are not here to cause trouble. We just came to investigate the information of those officials in Sichuan. Unfortunately, we got the worst result. The one in charge of the military power in Sichuan is the descendant of the Wu family of the Western Army. In the distance, Huang Rong suddenly said softly, "Something is wrong." Song Qingshu was stunned. What is wrong? Huang Rong frowned. There is no need for the girl from Class 1 Hall to reveal so much information to the people of the Imperial Department. No matter how I look at it, something is wrong. Could it be that they are stalling for time? Song Qingshu nodded and agreed with Huang Rong's judgment. However, he could not understand why they were stalling for time. After all, this was Southern Song's home ground. Reinforcements could arrive at any moment. The longer this dragged on, the more advantageous it would be for Southern Song. So, you kidnapped the candidate for the crown princess? Shui snorted coldly. The girl in the carriage chuckled. I told you so much because I wanted to tell you that we are here to investigate. Right now, the officials in Sichuan have already been confirmed and will take office. There is no meaning for us to stay here. We are about to leave. What reason do we have to kidnap the young lady of the Shen family? We will talk about whether you kidnapped her or not when we return to the Imperial Department. Shui waved his hand, and the secret agents of the Imperial Department took a step forward and surrounded the remaining people from Western Xia. The Imperial Department is still so domineering. Are you not afraid that I will be nervous and lose control of my actions? Are you not afraid that I will let your pitiful little sister die? The girl in the carriage was still smiling as if she was not worried about the situation in front of her. Shui Baochai snorted coldly. The moment I joined the Imperial Department, I am already prepared to sacrifice myself. Big brother, you don't have to worry about me. Capture all these people. Shui nodded and looked at the girl in the carriage with a sharp gaze. Let her go, and I will consider letting you leave safely. The girl in the carriage clearly did not believe him. We are all adults. What is the point of coaxing a 3-year-old? Shui said calmly, you have no choice. Even if you don't let her go, none of you will be able to leave. If you let her go, there is still a chance. So, you can only choose to believe me. Is that so? I think there is another choice. There was an inexplicable meaning in the girl's voice. Shui's heart froze. What choice? Can I just kill all of you? The girl giggled. Shui seemed to have heard a big joke. He was so angry that he laughed. If Baochai was not in your hands, I would have killed all of you with my sword. The girl in the carriage smiled tenderly. That's right. In terms of martial arts, we are indeed not as good as you. However, it is not necessary to use martial arts to kill people in this world. What do you mean? Shui had a bad feeling. Chapter 1436. Huang Rong's body went limp and she fell to the side. She was pregnant, and if she accidentally fell, the consequences would be dire. Fortunately, Song Qingshu reacted quickly and caught her at the critical moment. He asked anxiously, "What's wrong?" "I don't know either." Huang Rong wanted to shake her head, but she did not even have the strength to do so. "I just feel weak." At that moment, clanking sounds came from beside them. The guards who came with them had fallen to the ground. Song Qingshu frowned and looked into the distance. He saw that the secret agents of the Imperial City Department had fallen to the ground as well. Only Shuiren was still holding on by force. Sorrowful wind softening. Song Qingshu immediately reacted. This was Western Xia's Class 1 Hall's most powerful poison. It was colorless and tasteless. By the time you realized it, you would have already been poisoned. Once you were poisoned, you would be powerless, and you would be at the mercy of others. Song Qingshu gasped in amazement. This poison was truly powerful. It drifted with the wind, and even Huang Rong and the others, who were far away, were poisoned. Sorrowful wind softening. Shuiren squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. It was clear that he had also thought of Class 1 Hall's legendary poison. "I have to say, you people from the Imperial City Department have really fallen. You only remembered our Class 1 Hall's sorrowful wind softening at this moment." The girl finally walked out of the carriage. Her long dress fluttered in the wind, making her look graceful. It was a pity that her face was still covered by a veil, and she did not show her true face. However, her limpid eyes were enough to show how beautiful she was under the veil. Shuiren suddenly thrust his sword at her. However, due to the effects of the poison, his sword technique was no longer as sharp as before. The girl flicked her sleeves and knocked the longsword from his hand. Cold sleeve acupuncture point. Good, very good. The breath that Shuiren had gathered finally dissipated. He fell to the ground dejectedly and could no longer get up. "Big brother!" Seeing him fall, Shui Baochai screamed. Ever since she could remember, this big brother of hers had always been an invincible existence. She didn't expect him to fall today. She was sad and worried. The Western Xia woman placed her hands behind her back and paced back and forth. She could not help but have a smug look appear on her face. "Do you know why I revealed so much information about Class 1 Hall to you just now? 1. It's because I wanted to wait for Sorrowful Wind Softener to take effect, and 2. It's because I know that none of you will be able to leave this place alive. It's fine even if I told you about it. After all, dead people keep secret. I, Shui, have traversed the world. I never thought that I would fall at the hands of a little girl." Shui knew that he would not be able to escape today. His voice was filled with resentment and helplessness. In the distance, Song Qingshu sighed in his heart. Forget about Shui, even he and Icy Snow had fallen prey to Sorrowful Wind Softener's Sorrowful Wind Softener when they were in the cottage outside Kaifeng City. This poison was truly impossible to guard against. At that time, he had obtained the antidote for Sorrowful Wind Softener from the 4 great villains, but after a series of events, he no longer had the antidote with him. Fortunately, he had been poisoned by Golden Ripple Flower, and once he used Supreme Mystery Scripture to get rid of that incurable poison, he suddenly realized that he was now immune to all poisons. He did not know whether it was because of Supreme Mystery Scripture or because Xiao Long Nu had fed him Ouyang Feng's Rhinoceros Dragon Pill. Age does not determine one's ambitions. Why doesn't the famous Shuiren know this? The girl laughed coldly and ordered her subordinate. "Take Shui and his sister away. Kill the rest." In the distance, Song Qingshu's heart trembled when he heard this. This girl's voice was delicate and sweet. He did not expect her to have such a ruthless heart. She did not even frown when she killed so many people. All right. I have long since taken a fancy to this girl. No one is allowed to snatch her from me." Although Yunzhonghe's wounds were still bleeding, he did not change his lecherous nature. The Western Xia girl laughed. I can't give her to you now. It won't be too late to give her to you after we bring her back to Elite Hall for interrogation. All right. Looking at Shui Baochai's supple, jade-like skin, Yunzhong he rubbed his hands and almost drooled. If you dare touch her, I will make sure you die a horrible death. Shui Yi's voice was as cold as ice. His entire person was like a beast choosing its prey to devour. If it was any other time, I might be afraid of you. Now that you have been hit by the sorrowful wind softener, you are like a toothless tiger. Who are you trying to scare? Yunzhong he said disdainfully. Shui Yiren snorted coldly. Suddenly, his aura started to surge again. Fortunately, the young lady from the Western Xia Empire was prepared for this. She instantly went over and sealed his acupoints. Sir, why do you have to do this? Even if you manage to save your sister by burning all your power, you will still turn from a top-notch expert into a useless person. I don't need your hypocrisy. Shui Yi's eyes grew colder. Unfortunately, he was a step too slow. Otherwise, he would have used all his energy to kill Yunzhong he. Don't worry about me, big brother. Thinking of the miserable fate she would face if she was captured and brought to Western Xia, Shui Baochai instantly made up her mind to bite her tongue and commit suicide. Unfortunately, the girl gently flicked her finger, and her mouth went numb. She did not even have the strength to bite her tongue. At this moment, Shui Baochai was in complete despair. Her heart sank to the bottom of the valley. As a secret agent, she had long been prepared to die. She had even anticipated that her innocence would be tarnished. However, when the time came, she discovered that she was not as strong as she had imagined. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. From this angle, she happened to see the carriage in the distance. Because she had seen it once before, she instantly recognized the symbol of the Prince of Qi. She hurriedly called out, "Please save me, Prince of Qi." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present turned their heads. Because the two sides had been in a deadlock, no one had the time to pay attention to Song Qinshu and his entourage, who were several dozen zhang away. Because Huang Rong had fainted, Song Qinshu had already brought her back to the carriage. No one had seen them. At this moment, since they had been discovered, there was naturally no need to hide. He helped Huang Rong into the carriage and said, "You rest here for a while. I will help you find the antidote. Be careful." Huang Rong could not help but remind him. After all, the bodyguards accompanying them had been poisoned, and the Western Xia side had the advantage in numbers. "Don't worry." Song Qinshu revealed a warm smile. Then, he got off the carriage and walked toward the center of the battlefield. Regardless of whether it was the people from Western Xia's Class 1 Hall or the Southern Song's Imperial City Department, they had clearly seen him standing several dozen zhang away. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he had appeared in front of them. All of them felt a chill in their hearts. Looking at the graceful and alluring young woman before him, Song Qinshu slowly said, "My companions and subordinates were implicated by Miss Sorrowful Wind's softening. Please grant me the antidote." At this moment, the four great fiends finally saw the appearance of the person who had arrived. When they discovered that it was Song Qinshu, the four of them simultaneously took a few steps back, their faces filled with shock. They could not help but react in such a manner. They had dealt with Song Qinshu many times and knew that the current him was not someone they could afford to provoke. When the young woman from Western Xia noticed the reactions of Duan Yanqing and the others, she could not help but be secretly shocked. It should be known that the four great fiends had always been rude and unreasonable. Among the experts of Class 1 Hall, they were also famous for their arrogance. She did not expect that they would be so afraid of the other party at this moment. It could be seen that this kind of fear was deeply rooted in their bones. Although her heart was heavy, the young woman from Western Xia did not show any reaction on her face. Instead, she asked, "So, Your Excellency is Song Qinshu, whose name has shaken the world in recent years?" "I dare not say that my name has shaken the world. It is me." Song Qinshu stretched out his hand and made a suction force. Xue Baochai, who was beside him, seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand and flew toward him. The young woman from Western Xia was shocked. She hurriedly flew into the air and grabbed one of Xue Baochai's feet. She wanted to drag her back, but she did not expect that a huge force would come from her hand. She staggered and was involuntarily pulled toward Xue Baochai. Song Qinshu gently held Xue Baochai's slender waist with one hand and protected her behind him. Then, he stretched out his other hand to grab the young woman from Western Xia, who had lost her balance and fallen toward him. There was no lack of experts among the people present, but most of them did not see clearly how Song Qinshu had made his move. They only saw him raise his hand and put it on the shoulder of the young woman from Western Xia the next moment. Princess! The people of Western Xia's Class 1 hall turned pale with fright. If anything happened to this young woman, they would be dead once they returned to their country. The young woman from Western Xia was also somewhat surprised. She did not expect that her shoulder would be restrained so quickly. However, she reacted quickly. She tapped the ground with the tip of her toes and displayed a very ingenious set of footwork. She forcibly escaped 10 feet away. Wave-like subtle steps, princess? Song Qinshu did not chase after her. A trace of a playful smile appeared on his face. At this moment, the young woman from Western Xia suddenly felt that her arm had become numb. She turned her head and found that, because she had forcibly escaped from under Yi Shiwen's hand, half of her sleeve had been torn off. Her smooth and round shoulder was exposed to the air. Even though her face was covered with a veil, one could still see the blush on her face. Yi Ernyang hurriedly took a piece of clothing and draped it over her body. The young woman wrapped herself in the clothing and glared fiercely at Song Qinshu. Lecher! If it had been someone else, she would have already rushed over and taken his life. However, Song Qinshu's reputation was well known. Moreover, his move just now had really shocked her. She was afraid of him and did not dare to rush over rashly. Song Qinshu looked at the half of the sleeve in his hand that still had the lingering fragrance of the young woman's body. He said in a bad mood, "Who asked the quality of your Western Xia clothes to be so poor? You can tear it with a gentle pull. If you are not happy, I can buy 8 or 10 more pieces for you." You. The young woman from Western Xia was almost angered to death. However, she quickly regained her composure and said coldly, "I did not expect that the famous Song Qinshu is actually a frivolous person with a flirtatious tongue." Song Qinshu did not care at all. He said, "Miss, I am afraid that you seldom come to the Central Plains. Half of my reputation is that I am a lustful person. Isn't it normal for me to behave like this? Moreover, as far as I know, the women of Western Xia are much more open-minded than the women of Great Song. Isn't it just showing your arm? Is it really necessary?" This was also the most unpleasant thing for Song Qinshu after he came to this world. Women often showed their arm or their pajamas. He obviously did not see anything, but they made it seem as if they had lost their virginity. He really should let them see those bikinis in the future. The young woman from Western Xia almost choked to death by his words. She said, "How dare you compare me with ordinary women?" It was only then that Song Qinshu came back to his senses. He said, "By the way, I haven't had the time to ask for your name. I heard them call you princess. I wonder which princess of Western Xia you are?" Although he had a guess in his heart, there were more than 10 princesses in the royal family of Western Xia. He was still not sure of her identity. Chapter 1437. Originally, Xue Baochai was very embarrassed when she was hugged by a man. However, the other party was her savior, so she couldn't say anything. Moreover, Song Qinshu had been talking to the Xixia woman, so she couldn't find a chance to let him put her down. Who knew that the Xixia woman would call out to her first? However, Song Qinshu's face was much thicker than hers. He didn't care at all and said, Princess's grieving wind softener is too powerful. My friend was poisoned and couldn't stand still, so I could only support her. This reasonable explanation made Xue Baochai feel much better. However, she couldn't help but have a strange expression when she looked at the two's tightly clinging bodies. Now, it was more appropriate to say that they were hugging each other. After all, she was a top-secret agent of the Imperial City Department. Although she was a little embarrassed, she didn't yell like other women to affect Song Qingshu. She just silently endured this kind of embarrassment alone. Young Master Song is indeed as romantic as the rumors say. Even the women of the Imperial City Department are your friends, the Princess of the Western Xia country said with a smile. But it's reasonable. This girl is so beautiful. If I were a man, I would also want to be her friend. By this time, Xue Baochai had already recovered. Hearing these words, she retorted sarcastically, looking at the princess's figure. Even though she is masked, she is definitely a 1 in 10,000 great beauty. She will definitely become a good friend of the Prince of Qi. The Xixia princess didn't expect that she would counterattack and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Song Qingshu secretly laughed. Xue Baochai was really a very penetrating person. She was soft on the outside but hard on the inside. How could she be confused by a few words of the other party? Princess hasn't answered my question. Song Qingshu took the opportunity to say. The Xixia princess smiled faintly. It is rumored that Prince Song is an immortal in the human world. He knows everything about astronomy and geography. How can he not know my name? Even if the princess didn't say it, I can guess a thing or two. Song Qingshu looked at her long and enchanting eyes and confidently said, You must be the Silver Stream Princess that all the young heroes from the various countries want to marry. Upon hearing his words, the members of Western Xia's Class 1 Hall all looked at the girl in shock. When the girl saw that their reactions had already exposed her identity, she realized that there was no need for her to deliberately hide it anymore. Not bad. Young master, you have a good eye. Song Qingshu clicked his tongue in wonder and said, Back when the Xixia country was looking for a bride, all the princes and grandsons of all the countries in the world were rubbing their shoulders and rubbing their palms together, wanting to marry the beauty. I wonder what kind of expression they would have if they found out that the one they wanted to marry was a dangerous female spy. The Silver Stream Princess was naturally the Menggu that Xuzhu yearned for day and night in the original work. She also made countless readers fantasize about her. Song Qingshu had to admit that Li Qiushui's genes were really heaven-defying. Her daughter, Li Qingluo, and her granddaughter, Wang Yuyan, were not to mention, but her granddaughter was the graceful and beautiful girl in front of him. He didn't know whether it was because of the butterfly effect caused by his participation or the influence of this chaotic world, but in the original work, Menggu fell in love with the man who ruined her chastity after having sex with a strange man several times in the ice cellar. She even racked her brains to set up a marriage contest to find the man. No matter how one looked at it, she seemed to be suffering from Schroeder-Moore syndrome, and a severe one at that. In this world, Menggu, who had been conquered by a man in bed, had become a high-level figure in the Class 1 hall. Whether it was her martial arts or her character, she was completely different from the woman in his impression. Hearing Song Qingshu's words, Princess Yin Chuan didn't get angry at all. Instead, she looked at him with shining eyes and said, I wonder if the famous Golden Snake King is among the princes and grandsons who want to marry me? Xue Baochai spat in her heart and thought, this woman from the plains is really, really bold and straightforward. Song Qingshu shook his head and said, It's a pity that I already have a wife at home. Of course, if you don't mind being a concubine, I don't mind taking you in as my concubine. How dare you? Bastard! The remaining Class 1 hall elites cursed loudly, but this did not include the 4 great villains. They had suffered under Song Qingshu's hands before, and when they heard their companions' curses, they could not help but curse in their hearts. However, it was already too late for them to stop Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu's expression turned cold. He just let out a casual snort, and the Western Xia people who had been cursing Song Qingshu started bleeding from their ears and noses. All of them fell to the ground, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Shui Yi, who had been observing the situation in the distance, felt his heart tremble. A normal snort actually had such great lethality? This proved that Song Qingshu had deliberately controlled the target of his qi. Hence, even though the Western Xia people who were cursing Song Qingshu were heavily injured, the people beside them were not affected at all. Princess Yin Chuan glanced at her subordinates, whose life and death were unknown. She frowned slightly, but did not say anything. "Princess, you won't blame me, right?" Song Qingshu said with a faint smile. Princess Yin Chuan's voice was very cold. She said, "You don't have good judgment. You shouldn't have interrupted when you shouldn't have. You deserve to die." "Princess, you are indeed reasonable," Song Qingshu said with a smile. "Well, I have wasted so much time with you. Give me the antidote." After saying that, he stretched out his hand in front of her as if it was a very natural thing to do. Princess Yin Chuan did not take out the antidote. Instead, she smiled faintly and said, "If it is to save your friend, I will naturally do it. However, are these secret agents of the Imperial Department also your friend?" Song Qingshu looked at the Shui people and shook his head slowly. He said, "Not only are they not friends, but they are also enemies to some extent. Not to mention that the Shui people wanted to compete with him. The Shui family was a loyal ally of Jia Shidao, which meant that they were not on the same side. If that is the case, then let me help you get rid of these enemies," Princess Yin Chuan said with a smile, but the content of her words was extremely cruel. Song Qingshu continued to shake his head. "Even though Shui is not my friend, he is a true swordsman. If he dies on the battlefield or in a fair duel, I will not say a single word. However, dying at the hands of vile people after being plotted against and poisoned is not the ending a true swordsman should have." Shui people raised his eyebrows. He actually did not expect that Song Qingshu would save him. After all, the two of them were not friends, and they had a grudge against each other. However, when he heard what Song Qingshu said, he suddenly felt like a close friend. Song Qingshu then looked at Shui Baochai, who was in his arms. He said, "Moreover, I have been friends with Miss Shui for a long time. How could I let her fall into the hands of the alien race and be humiliated?" Shui Baochai was the top secret agent trained by the Imperial City Department. She usually presented herself as a lady from a rich family. Not only was she gentle and graceful, but she was also very knowledgeable. She was the dream lover of many princes. Because of this relationship, she could find out some secrets of the big families that were not known to outsiders. Sometimes, she did not know which side was the real her, the well-educated and polite lady from the Shui family, or the cold secret agent of the Imperial City. Because she had been pretending for so long, once she returned to being a secret agent, she would become cold and ruthless. But when she heard Song Qingshu say that he had been with her for a long time, she didn't know why, but she seemed to have become the Miss Shui from a respectable family again. Her heart pounded. "I've only met him twice, and we haven't spoken more than 3 words. Why would she could not help but have such a reaction." Now, all kinds of legends about Song Qingshu had been spread all over the streets, and sometimes even sounded like fairy tales. He was not only handsome, but also highly skilled in martial arts. Moreover, he was the Prince of Qi, who was second only to the Emperor. For ordinary women, he had too many dreamy halos and was like a male god. Fortunately, Shui Baochai was born into a rich family and had a firm mind. If it were an ordinary woman, she would have taken the initiative to throw herself into his arms. Shui, who was not far away, almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Born in the Shui family, coupled with his position in the Imperial City Department, he naturally knew more news. Not to mention the young lady of Lin and City and the two princesses who were likely to be betrothed by the emperor, Song Qingshu still had many women in the Golden Snake camp. How could he rest assured that his sister would be involved with such a person? When I recover my power, I must have a good fight with him and warn him to stay away from my sister. Shui Yi's eyes seemed to be burning with a thick flame. Princess Yinchuan was also surprised to hear Song Qingshu's words. A trace of contempt flashed in her eyes, but she quickly concealed it. Haha, young master is really romantic. Song Qingshu was taken aback. Only then did he realize that his words had caused them to misunderstand. What he meant by having a close relationship was only because of the image in Dream of the Red Chamber. It did not mean that they had been in love with each other for a long time. Unfortunately, there was no way to explain this. Was he going to tell these people about Dream of the Red Chamber? Since there was no way to explain, then there was no need to explain. Song Qingshu looked directly at her and said, "Princess, are you not going to give us the antidote?" Princess Yinchuan shook her head. "If young master only wants the antidote for your companions, I will naturally give it to you. If you want the antidote for the people of the Imperial City Department, and I give it to them, will we still be alive after they cure the poison? If you give me the antidote, I can guarantee that you will be able to leave safely." Song Qingshu was not lying. Whether it was because of Li Qingluo or for the future, there was no need to leave her here for Southern Song. Unfortunately, Princess Yinchuan had stayed in Elite Hall for too long and was used to deceiving others. She subconsciously rejected his suggestion. Compared to trusting others, people like us are more used to controlling our own fate. Song Qingshu said calmly, "Since Princess is not giving it to me, then I will take it myself." After saying that, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Yun Zhonghe, who was not far away. Although Yun Zhonghe was only a second or third-rate expert in Jianghu, his qinggong was definitely first-rate. Unfortunately, he didn't even have time to react in front of Song Qingshu's movements before he was subdued. Song Qingshu grabbed him and returned to their original spot. At this moment, Shui Baochai was on the verge of collapse, and he grabbed her waist again. All of this happened in a flash. The Xixia people did not have time to react, and Yunzhong was already kneeling in front of Song Qingshu. "Give me the antidote." Song Qingshu naturally did not need to be polite to a perverted thief like Yunzhong. He exerted force in his hand, and he was in so much pain that beads of sweat seeped out. No. Some time ago, the princess reorganized Class 1 Hall and took control of Sorrowful Wind Softener and Dispel Medicine. Cloud Crane could not hold back his pain, and he told Happy everything like he was spilling beans from a bamboo tube. Chapter 1438. Song Qingshu was startled, and then he could not help laughing. "You are confident." Princess Yinchuan replied indifferently, "How can I take charge of the first hall if I am not confident?" Song Qingshu was puzzled, "But you are obviously no match for me." Princess Yinchuan pursed her lips and smiled, "So we need to change the method of competition. You are a famous hero, so you can't bully a nameless girl like me, right?" A nameless girl. Song Qingshu pointed to the secret agents of the Imperial City Department. "I'm afraid they don't think so." "They are them, and you are not my young master. They can't even compare to a finger of yours. In front of them, I may be a she-devil, but in front of you, I am just an ordinary girl. This is not contradictory," Princess Yinchuan said lightly. Song Qingshu nodded. "Although I know you are deliberately flattering me, I have always been a person who has tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. Tell me, how do you want to compete? As long as it is not too much, I can consider it." Now that the Southern Song dynasty was preparing for a northern expedition, the Jin kingdom would be the first to bear the brunt. If the Southern Song dynasty sent another army from Sichuan to attack the Jin kingdom, they would be exhausted. So he let the Xixia princess go, and it would be good for her to help control Sichuan. I heard that you are the #1 expert in the world. I am definitely no match for you in a serious competition, so... Princess Yinchuan took out a small porcelain bottle from her waist. This is the antidote for the sorrowful wind softening poison. Now I will put it here. As she spoke, she placed the small porcelain bottle into the pocket in front of her chest. She then pursed her lips and smiled. If young master can obtain the antidote without touching my body, I will concede defeat. If you can't, or if you touch my body, then it will be considered as young master's loss, and you must let us leave safely. How about it? Looking at her towering breasts, Xue Baochai could not help but scold. Shameless! You put it in that place. How can you get the porcelain bottle without touching it? Princess Yinchuan turned around, and her eyes were like crescent moons. Miss Xue, are you jealous? Xue Baochai blushed and spat. Why would I be jealous? I just can't stand you deliberately making things difficult for others. Since she's not jealous, it's obvious that she feels sorry for young Master Song. Princess Yin Chuan looked at the two of them with a smile that was not a smile. This matter is naturally impossible for ordinary people, but for a man like young Master Song who constantly creates miracles, it's probably nothing. Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. Princess, you don't have to flatter me. What #1 expert in the world? You're just putting me on fire. If this gets out, who knows how many people will come looking for trouble with me. Princess Yinchuan said, I am not considerate enough, but in Princess Song Qingshu sneered inwardly. This woman has a honeyed mouth and a dagger in her heart. 8 out of 10 words coming out of her mouth are probably false. Princess, have you ever thought about this? You're such an outstanding beauty, and you're carrying the antidote in front of your chest. If you accidentally touch something that you shouldn't touch, even if I lose, I'll still win, and even if you win, you'll still lose, Song Qingshu said lightly. Princess Yinchuan did not take it seriously. Young master should know about the marriage selection in Xixia. Although it has been temporarily delayed because of the Mongolian expedition to the west, it will be held again sooner or later. Moreover, the Mongolian 5th prince has already announced that he is determined to marry me, and the princes and grandsons of other countries also want to marry me. If they know that you have disrespected me, you will become the target of public criticism. Young master is so smart, you will not make such a mistake. Song Qingshu was startled. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Princess is really farsighted. You have taken all these into consideration. No wonder you dared to bet with me in Wuji. Princess Yinchuan faintly sighed. I have heard that Prince of Qi, Song Qingshu, is a hero who has dominated the world. It's a pity that you have made all kinds of excuses today. It's really unheroic. Song Qingshu said with a smile. Although I know that Princess is trying to provoke me, this bet is so interesting. How can I not participate? Hearing his words, Xue Baochai became anxious. Prince of Qi, you must not be provoked by this demoness. Song Qingshu showed a faint smile. Don't worry, I have a sense of propriety. Then, he helped her to sit down under a tree. Seeing his confident smile, Xue Baochai was startled. Suddenly, she thought that this man in front of her could even climb up to the sky to pray for rain. What was the problem of a princess of Xixia? Thinking of this, she gave up the idea of persuading him again. Song Qingshu straightened his body and looked at Princess Yinchuan calmly. Princess, are you ready? Princess Yin Chuan's heart shuddered, and she subconsciously took a step back. She was on full alert. Although she believed that it was almost impossible for her to lose by relying on her wave-like subtle steps and this clever bet, she didn't dare to be careless because of Song Qingshu's reputation. Song Qingshu quietly sized her up, as if he was looking for a flaw in her. In fact, there was a very simple way to get the antidote without touching her. That was to use the soul transfer technique to make her obediently take out the antidote. But now, under the watchful eyes of so many people, and the two sides were the intelligence agencies of two different countries. If he used the soul transfer technique, it would soon be known by countless people. Then, his trump card would no longer be a trump card. Naturally, he wouldn't expose his trump card for the sake of a temporary dispute. Even if he didn't use the soul transfer technique, he might still win this bet. Looking at the graceful girl not far from him, Song Qinshu already had a plan. "Young master, why aren't you moving?" Princess Yinchuan couldn't help but provoke him after being on guard for a long time. She knew that when a person was angry, it was easy for him to make a mistake. Once he made a mistake, her chances of winning would be the highest. Song Qinshu smiled faintly. "Princess can't wait. I'm afraid that if I move, you won't be able to bear it." Princess Yinchuan chuckled. "If you don't move, how will you know whether I can bear it or not?" At this moment, a snicker suddenly came from the side. Princess Yinchuan looked in the direction of the sound and saw that regardless of whether it was the people from the Imperial City Department or the people from Class 1 Hall, their expressions were very strange. They looked like they wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. It was clear that they were having a hard time holding back their laughter. Princess Yinchuan was a smart person. After thinking about it for a while, she realized what was going on. Even if she had a firm will, she couldn't help but blush. At this moment, Song Qinshu moved. Everyone felt their eyes blur, and he already appeared in front of Princess Yinchuan. He extended his hand toward her chest. Although she knew that she would lose if he touched her chest, her woman's instinct still made her raise her hand subconsciously to protect her chest. At the same time, she used the wave-like subtle steps to increase the distance between them. Shui, who was standing on the side, narrowed his eyes. Song Qinshu's speed was not beyond his expectation. On the contrary, this princess of Xixia's footwork was very magical. He didn't know how she moved, but she was already 5 feet away from him in the blink of an eye. Shui Baochai also furrowed her brows. Just now, she was a little unconvinced when she was restrained by her opponent. She thought that it was because of her opponent's sneak attack. But now, it seemed that if her opponent used this magical footwork, she would be hit even if she focused all her attention to guard against it. "Princess, good job. Your wave-like subtle steps is better than my teacher's." The 4 evildoers were afraid of Song Qinshu's martial arts. Only the South Sea crocodile deity was cheering him on from the side. The teacher he mentioned was obviously Duan Yu. However, his voice stopped abruptly when he had just shouted. It was because Song Qinshu had simply taken a step forward and returned to Princess Yinchuan's side. No matter how the princess used the wave-like subtle steps, he was like her shadow. She couldn't get rid of him no matter how hard she tried. How is this possible? Princess Yinchuan was extremely shocked. She had been successful in every endeavor since she had learned the wave-like subtle step. She felt that this was the most magical lightness skill in the world. But today, she couldn't get rid of this man at all. She didn't know that this wasn't the first time that Song Qinshu had dealt with the wave-like subtle step. Moreover, he had also learned the wave-like subtle steps now. So, he knew its advantages and disadvantages like the back of his hand. Song Qinshu seized the opportunity. He stretched out his hand and clamped her waistband. Then, he took advantage of the opportunity to pull it into his hand. Because Princess Yinchuan's attention was focused on her chest, she didn't expect that her opponent would create a diversion. By the time she reacted, her waistband had already been pulled by him. Princess Yinchuan cried out in alarm. She hastily grabbed her clothes for fear that they would fall off. She glared at Song Qinshu, who was standing not far away. She was ashamed and angry at the same time. I didn't expect that the famous Song Qinshu is actually a lecher with a dirty trick. Song Qinshu shrugged his shoulders. He wasn't angry at all. Princess, you didn't allow me to touch your body. But you didn't forbid me to touch your clothes. If I want to get the antidote, I have no choice but to use this method. Even the 4 evildoers couldn't stand it anymore. They thought, "This guy's way of doing things is quite similar to our style. But why are we called the four evildoers, while he is a world-famous hero? Is this really a world that only cares about appearances?" Yunzhong he was glaring at Princess Yinchuan even though he was seriously injured. He had long coveted this beautiful and mysterious princess. Unfortunately, he hadn't dared to act recklessly because he was intimidated by her martial arts and power. So, he wanted to seize this opportunity to take a look at her body. "Yunzhong-he, I will dig out your eyeballs if you dare to look at me again," Princess Yinchuan said in a cold voice. It seemed as if she had eyes on the back of her head. "We wouldn't dare, we wouldn't dare." The rest of the Xixiao warriors glared at him. Yunzhong he didn't dare to act rashly. He hastily turned around and closed his eyes. Although beauty was important, his life was more important. Princess Yinchuan's face turned red and white. She stared at Song Qingshu and said, "Fine, I don't believe that you dare to take off my clothes." Even Shui Yi and the others wrinkled their brows as they heard her words. This demoness was hateful. But Song Qingshu's behavior was too impulsive. He didn't have the demeanor of an expert. Shui Baochai's small face was also flushed as she looked at his back. She thought, "He is indeed a romantic and unruly man as described in the information. But this trick is too evil." Chapter 1439. Princess Yin Chuan had a strange look on her face. Why did his words sound so awkward? What did he mean by not knowing how to do it in front of so many people? Did he know how to do it in private? I hope Gongzi is not a despicable person who goes back on his words. She had no other choice but to believe him. However, because her belt was torn off, although her dress didn't fall down, Princess Yin Chuan was still worried. She clutched her dress tightly in front of her chest. She thought that she was no match for him in terms of martial arts. Now that she couldn't even get rid of him using wave-like subtle steps, it didn't make much difference whether she defended or not. It was better to protect her chest with both hands. No matter how powerful his martial arts were, it was almost impossible for him to take out the antidote without touching her. "Princess, are you ready? Then I'm coming again." Song Qingshu smiled mischievously. Princess Yin Chuan's face turned red, and she couldn't help but spit. Shameless, however, she didn't dare to let down her guard. She was distracted just now, and her belt was instantly untied. If she was distracted again, she was worried that her clothes would be torn off. Song Qingshu came to her side as fast as lightning. She didn't even see him clearly before she felt a pain in her wrist. When she realized, her hands were tied behind her back with her belt. "You broke the rules." Princess Yin Chuan had been taught by the old princess since she was a child, so she was very confident in her martial arts. But this time, she didn't expect that she couldn't resist at all in front of Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu stood not far away and smiled gently. "How did I break the rules? I didn't touch your body from the beginning to the end. If you don't believe me, you can ask your subordinate." Duan Yanqing and others blushed and lowered their heads. They were too embarrassed to say that they didn't see his movements clearly just now. In fact, Princess Yin Chuan knew that he didn't touch her. She just shouted subconsciously. Now that she came back to her senses, she couldn't help but say angrily, "So what if you tied my hands? If you have the ability, take out the antidote without touching me." As she spoke, she puffed out her chest provocatively. Earlier on, she had purposely hidden the antidote in the most private part of her body and had even used. It was stuck there. Even if she used her hands to search for it, she might not be able to take it out in a short period of time. What kind of ability did she have to take it out? Song Qingshu rubbed his chin. Her shrewish look was indeed a little tricky, but he had already thought of a solution. He walked to Shui Baochai and said softly, "Miss Shui, can you do me a favor?" Shui Baochai could almost feel his breath at such a close distance. She blushed and said, "Of course I can, but I'm poisoned now and can't muster any strength. I'm afraid I can't help you much. Seeing this, Princess Inchuan hurriedly shouted, Hey, you're not allowed to find someone else to take it, not even a woman. As long as you touch my body, you lose. Don't worry, I won't find anyone to help me get it. Song Qinshu smiled at her, then said to Xue Baochai, Miss Xue, I want to borrow something from you, but I don't know if you'll let me. As long as I have it, I will naturally agree to it. Xue Baochai didn't think too much of it. She just felt that this demoness was too arrogant and would be very happy to see her suffer. Song Qingshu's expression suddenly became a little strange, but the thing you want to borrow might be a little difficult for you. Xue Baochai pursed her lips and smiled. Prince Qi doesn't need to be polite. I'm currently poisoned and can't help much. If I can help you, not to mention one thing, I can even borrow 10 things without a problem. Very well, Song Qinshu paused, then bowed to her. I want to borrow Miss Belt. Xue Baochai's smile instantly froze on her face. She didn't expect that the other would want to borrow such a thing. This was a woman's private thing, how could she give it to a man? But she had spoken too confidently and didn't know how to refuse, her pretty face turning red. Song. Seeing that he was being rude to his precious little sister, Xue Yi couldn't help but have a frosty expression, his eyes full of anger. If not for the fact that he was poisoned, he would have already raised his sword and attacked. Princess Inchuan was also startled, then laughed, as expected. Hearing about someone is not as good as meeting them in person. Prince Song is truly a romantic. Even at this time, he still wants to take liberties with other people's girls. Song Qingshu also knew that this kind of request could easily be misunderstood and hurriedly explained to Xue Baochai, Song Mao didn't mean to offend you, I just need Miss Belt. He then leaned over and whispered a few words in her ear. Although Xue Baochai was a secret agent, she was still a young girl. She had never been in such close contact with a man. She was so shy that even her earlobes were a little red. However, she finally understood the other party's words and was somewhat distracted. Oh okay, but right now I don't have the strength to take it down for you. Xue Baochai said with a red face. Miss, do you mind if I do it? Song Qinshu asked with a smile. Xue Baochai thought, of course I mind. It's embarrassing to have a man take off my belt in front of so many people. But for some reason, she actually said, You can take it yourself. Once she said that, regardless of whether it was the people from the Imperial City Department or Class 1 Hall, they were all stunned. The people from the Imperial City Department thought, is this still the usual cold leader? The people from Class 1 Hall, especially Yun Zhonghe, thought, why is he a romantic, but when it's my turn, I'm called a perverted thief? Baochai. Xue Yi was angry and anxious. Princess Inchuan clicked her tongue and wanted to see the world in chaos. As expected of the romantic Prince Song, he managed to capture a beautiful girl's heart so quickly. Xue Baochai opened her mouth, but she did not know how to explain. Fortunately, at that moment, Song Qinshu helped her out. Princess, why are you so anxious? He might be able to capture your heart soon. Princess Inchuan's smile froze on her face, and she snorted coldly. Dream on. You'll only know after you try. Song Qingshu smiled and put his hand on Xue Baochai's belt. Miss Xue, please excuse me. Xue Baochai did not know how to answer him. Should she excuse him or not? She did not know how to answer him, so she turned around and pretended that she did not see anything. Song Qingshu's hand was very gentle. He gently untied the bow on her belt and slowly pulled it out. Xue Baochai was, after all, a girl, and she had imagined many romantic scenes in the past. In fact, she even imagined her husband taking off her belt on their wedding night. But she did not expect that the first time her belt was taken off by a man would be in this kind of situation. Noticing that Xue Baochai's crystal-clear cheeks were stained with a layer of blush, and her eyelashes were also trembling slightly, Song Qingshu secretly sighed. She was indeed a shy and pure girl. When the belt was taken off, it was still warm, and there seemed to be a faint fragrance. Song Qinshu hurriedly gathered his thoughts and stood up. He smiled at Princess Yin Chuan and said, "Princess, I'm coming. You must not fall in love with me." Princess Yin Chuan curled her lips, and her expression was very disdainful. Delusional confidence. Song Qinshu did not say anything else and slowly walked towards her. He walked very slowly, and there seemed to be a unique rhythm when his feet landed on the ground. Princess Yin Chuan did not take it seriously at first, but she gradually panicked. "If you touch me, you will lose. You don't need to remind me, I won't touch you." As soon as Song Qinshu's voice fell, the belt in his hand seemed to turn into a silver snake, and instantly wrapped around her legs. Princess Yin Chuan did not know what was going on, and Song Qinshu had already jumped over a tree branch with the belt in his hand. She suddenly felt dizzy. Princess Yin Chuan finally reacted, and found that she was hanging upside down in the air, and her whole body was swaying slightly. "Song Qinshu, you bastard!" Song Qinshu smiled and said, "Hitting is a sign of affection, and scolding is a sign of love. Princess, have you already fallen a little? Fall into the enemy's hands, my ass." Thinking about being hung upside down in the air in front of so many people, Princess Yin Chuan felt that she had lost all her face, and she wanted to tear him into 1,000 pieces. "Who told you not to let me touch you, and you also want me to take out the antidote? I had no choice but to do this. Speaking of which, it is the princess who shot herself in the foot." Song Qinshu smiled and stood in front of her. "You bastard, quickly put me down." How could Princess Yin Chuan not understand what the opposite party was planning? She became angry and anxious. Song Qinshu suddenly sighed, "Princess, this is your fault. You should thank me, but I didn't expect that you would bite the hand that fed you and scold me. It seems that you can't be a good person." Princess Yin Chuan was so angry that she laughed. "You treat me like this, and I should thank you? Of course." Song Qinshu pointed at the hem of her skirt and said, "Of course, you should thank me. If I hadn't thoughtfully tied the belt to the hem of your skirt, I'm afraid that all the men present here would have had a feast for their eyes at this moment. They would have been able to appreciate the scenery under the skirt of the Princess of Xixia. Even if the hem of her skirt was turned upside down, and she was still wearing her undergarments, they wouldn't be able to see anything. However, according to the values of this world, this was a very serious and immoral thing." Princess Yin Chuan was startled. She reacted at this moment. Her current posture. She couldn't help but shudder when she thought of the scene where the hem of her skirt was turned upside down. She felt a little grateful to the opposite party for a moment. But she quickly came back to her senses. All of this was caused by him. So, how could she express her gratitude? Why hasn't the antidote come out yet? Song Qinshu was startled. It was obviously different from what he had expected. Princess Yin Chuan came back to her senses, and said with a complacent smile, "Humph, this princess has hidden it very well. Your wishful thinking has failed. No matter how tight your posture is, how tight can it be?" Song Qinshu smiled, and casually flicked his sleeve. Princess Yin Chuan felt a gentle push coming from her body, and her whole body started to sway in the air involuntarily. "What are you doing?" Princess Yin Chuan panicked a little. Being hung upside down was already very uncomfortable, but being swung around like this made her feel dizzy, and she was seeing stars. "Since you have hidden it so well, of course, I'm going to shake out the antidote," Song Qinshu said in a matter-of-fact manner. Princess Yin Chuan was angry and anxious. She hurriedly scolded Duan Yanqing and the others at the side. "What are you doing there? Quickly come and save me." Chapter 1440. Although Duan Yanqing and others were afraid of Song Qinshu's martial arts points, they still needed to make a living in Class 1 Hall in the future. If they continued to stand by and do nothing, They might not have a good time after they returned to Xixia. They had no choice but to call their companions to surround Song Qingshu. At the same time, they said with a sad face, "Prince Song, please don't make things difficult for us." Song Qingshu snorted lightly. "I'm just playing with your princess. If anyone dares to come over, don't blame me for being rude to your princess." Duan Yanqing and others didn't want to come over. Now that they had a dignified excuse, they stopped and said, "Let's talk it over. Don't make things difficult for our princess." Song Qingshu smiled faintly and said, "I'm not making things difficult for her. I just made a bet with her." Princess Yinchuan closed her mouth. She was half angry and half embarrassed. After all, she was the one who proposed the bet. Now that she was in such a difficult situation, it was really embarrassing. "Are you still not going to take out the antidote?" Song Qingshu said with a teasing smile. Princess Yinchuan turned her face away. She was very stubborn and couldn't bring herself to admit defeat. "Since you don't want to say it, I'll swing again." After Song Qingshu finished speaking, he flicked his sleeve, and Princess Yinchuan involuntarily swung in the air again. "I won't give it to you." Although Princess Yinchuan was already dizzy from swinging, she still clenched her teeth and persevered with the stubbornness in her heart. Suddenly, she felt a chill on her face. It turned out that because she was hanging upside down, the veil on her face could no longer hold and suddenly fell down. Song Qingshu was stunned. Princess Yin Chuan was very beautiful, but that alone would not have caused him to be stunned. After all, he had seen many stunning beauties in the world over the years. The reason why he was so surprised was because he could see that she was obviously a young girl, but when her facial features were put together, there was a trace of natural charm. She was much more seductive than the top courtesans on the Qinhuai River. Song Qingshu didn't know whether this charm came from her long and charming eyes or her smiling lips. Song Qingshu thought that Li Qinluo and Wang Yuyan looked similar to Li Qiushui since Duan Yu was so obsessed with the fairy sister, but they lacked the flirtatious aura of Li Qiushui. Princess Yinchuan's appearance was not very similar to Li Qinluo and Wang Yuyan, so it was obvious that she didn't inherit Li Qiushui's appearance, but inherited her charm completely. Princess Yin Chuan was even more surprised than him at this time. It should be noted that the Xixia people had been saying that she was a peerless beauty that could cause the downfall of a state and a city. But very few people had seen her appearance. And none of the men had seen her appearance. But Song Qingshu had seen her appearance clearly. So, how could she not be surprised and angry? Fortunately, her back was facing the crowd at this time, so she was not seen by others. But without the veil, she always felt that she suddenly lost a sense of security. She immediately said anxiously, "Quickly cover me up." Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. "You don't look ugly. Why are you afraid of others seeing you? You don't understand, my appearance can't be seen by others." Seeing that he was indifferent, Princess Yinchuan was so anxious that she almost cried. Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows, and revealed a trace of a strange smile. "What, did you also make a vow that you will either kill or marry the first man who sees your appearance?" Princess Yinchuan blushed, bit her lips, and said nothing. Song Qingshu continued to tease, "If that's the case, then I will reluctantly accept you as my 108th concubine." Princess Yinchuan couldn't bear it anymore. "Song Qingshu, you are despicable, dirty, shameless. You're a total jerk." The people of the Western Xia's Class 1 hall looked at each other. They had never seen this princess lose her composure like this. These years, Princess Yinchuan had been in charge of the Class 1 hall, and her methods were brilliant. She was so mature and experienced that people completely didn't realize that she was just a young girl. Okay, I will cover you up. If you scold me again, I will put a gag in your mouth." Song Qingshu was speechless when he was scolded by a little girl in such a sweet voice in front of so many people. His threat was really effective. Princess Yinchuan thought that she was already in a difficult situation, if her mouth was also stuffed. She shuddered at the thought of that scene. Seeing that she finally calmed down, Song Qingshu breathed a sigh of relief, picked up the veil on the ground and walked over. "Don't move, I will cover you up." Princess Yinchuan changed into a quiet girl, and when the other party put on the veil for her, her eyelashes trembled, and it was obvious that she was very nervous. "Hurry up and thank me. Not only do you not remember the old enmity, you also return good for evil," Song Qingshu said with a somewhat pleased smile as he finished putting on the veil for her. "Thank." Before Princess Yinchuan could finish her words, a crafty glint suddenly flashed through her phoenix eyes. Twisting her waist, her entire body bumped into his hand. When he saw the strange glint in her eyes, Song Qingshu realized that something was wrong. Unfortunately, he was one step too late. He was in the middle of putting on the veil for her, and his hand was too close to her face. Even if he wanted to dodge, he couldn't. Even though it was only a moment of contact, both sides understood that in that moment they had touched. "You lost." The gloominess in Princess Yinchuan's eyes was swept away, replaced by a smile of a crafty scheme succeeding. Song Qingshu looked at his own hand, which still seemed to feel the smooth touch of the other party's face. For a long time, he was speechless. The people of the Imperial City Department cursed her shamelessness. Even the gentle Xue Baochai couldn't help but say angrily, "You witch, you have no conscience. Prince Qi helped you out of goodwill, but you return kindness with ingratitude. What difference is there between you and a wolf in Zhongshan?" A trace of anger flashed through Princess Yinchuan's eyes, but she still snorted coldly. "Why would I bother to explain so many reasons to you on the battlefield? A loss is a loss. If you agree to bet, you must accept your loss." Xue Baochai still wanted to say something, but Song Qingshu stopped her. "Many thanks to Miss Xue for speaking up for me. However, Princess Yinchuan's words are reasonable. A loss is a loss. You shouldn't look for excuses." While saying this, he looked at Princess Yinchuan calmly and said, "Princess is smart and quick-witted. Song Mao is full of admiration. In fact, with his cultivation, he could have dodged if he really wanted to. However, at that moment, he thought of many things. He needed the help of Western Xia to restrain Sichuan. So, Princess Yinchuan and her party couldn't be detained by the Imperial City Department. That way, the Southern Song dynasty would have hostages in their hands, and the Western Xia would not dare to do anything to Sichuan. However, he was now Prince Qi of the Southern Song dynasty in name. At this time, he obviously had control over the people of Class 1 Hall. If he let them go directly, it would be difficult for him to explain to the other parties in Linnan. Therefore, he had been trying to figure out a way to let the Xixia people leave without arousing suspicion from the people of the Imperial City Department. Unfortunately, he didn't have any clue. So, he happened to discover Princess Yinchuan's little trick. So, he took advantage of the situation and let her have her way. Princess Yinchuan didn't know all this. When she heard Song Qingshu's praise, she couldn't help but raise her chin and snort proudly. "Of course. Put me down." He didn't know if it was because of the shaking just now, or because she was too pleased with herself, but when she twisted her body, a small porcelain bottle suddenly fell from her chest. Song Qingshu's eyes were sharp and he quickly grabbed it. Song Qingshu held it in his hand. There was still the girl's body temperature on it. Unfortunately, he didn't have the leisure to appreciate it. He directly took off the cork and smelled it. "Thank you for the antidote, Your Highness." He had seen the antidote of grieving wind softener before, so he could naturally distinguish between the real and the fake. Princess Yinchuan was very annoyed. When she noticed his frowning expression when he smelled the bottle, she was even more dissatisfied. "Is the bottle that fell from my chest so smelly?" Song Qingshu was startled. "Isn't the antidote of grieving wind softener stinky?" Princess Yinchuan realized that she had misunderstood. She said angrily, "Put me down." Song Qingshu nodded and shook Xue Baochai's belt. He skillfully undid the bindings on her feet, and Princess Yinchuan instantly fell to the ground. Ah! Princess Yinchuan might be a female spy from Class 1 Hall, but she was still a girl. When she saw that her face was about to come into contact with the ground, she couldn't help but scream in fear. Fortunately, Song Qingshu gently supported her by the waist, and she turned her body upside down. The moment she found her footing, Princess Yinchuan fiercely bumped into Song Qingshu's chest. "You must have done it on purpose." Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. Miss Shui was right. You really are a person who bites the hand that feeds you. Princess Yinchuan's face heated up, and she turned around. "Untie me." Her hands had just been bound by Song Qingshu. She didn't know why, but she didn't want to embarrass herself by asking her subordinates to untie her. Of course, it was impossible for her to ask for help from the Imperial Guards. In the end, she decided to ask for help from Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu smiled and untied her hands. "Why don't you give me this belt as a souvenir?" Princess Yinchuan snatched it. "In your dreams." She tidied up her clothes and returned to the carriage. "Since I won the bet just now, you shouldn't have any objections to leaving now, right?" After returning to the carriage, Princess Yinchuan seemed to have returned to the calm leader of the special agents. "Of course. Princess, please go ahead." Song Qingshu gestured for her to leave. "King Qi, you can't let the tiger return to the mountain," the Imperial Guards cried out in alarm. Song Qingshu smiled faintly. Song Mao has always been a man of his words. Since he said that he would let them go after she won the competition, he will let them go. Since he had already said this, the Imperial Guards couldn't say anything else. Suddenly, Princess Yinchuan's voice came from the carriage. "I suddenly realized that you are quite an interesting person. When you go to Xixia in the future, you can look for me." Song Qingshu nodded slightly. "There will definitely be a chance to see you again. I'll be waiting." The people of Class 1 Hall quickly crowded around the carriage and left, leaving only the sound of laughter in the air. Only then did Song Qingshu turn around and say to Shui Baochai and her sister, "I will first go and cure my companion's poison, then come back to save you." After he finished speaking, his figure flashed and he returned to his carriage. He brought the antidote to the tip of Huang Rong's nose. Because the antidote was too smelly and she was already nauseous because of her pregnancy, she couldn't help but retch at the side of the carriage. Song Qingshu gently patted her back and handed her the water bottle. "Madam, I have made you wait for a long time." Huang Rong gradually recovered her strength, and there was a hint of playfulness in her eyes. "You were in the mood to tease a little girl, so naturally, you don't remember an old woman like me. I'm really sorry. Chongqing is filled with evil wind today. The wind is too terrifying. It makes it seem like the end of the world. The 4 floor-to-ceiling windows in my house are all broken, and the whole living room is full of glass. My son's hand is also scratched. Fortunately, it's not serious, and it didn't fall and hit anyone. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable." Chapter 1441. Looking at Huang Rong's resentful look, Song Qingshu was instantly embarrassed. "What are you talking about? Only one person has the antidote. It took me a lot of effort to get it from her." "Really?" Huang Rong glanced at him with a faint smile. She did not directly expose his lie. Instead, she gestured to the thing in his hand. Some people are still holding the girl's belt in their hands. Only then did Song Qingshu realize that he had brought Shui Baochai's belt here. He couldn't help but feel embarrassed. "I was in a hurry to give you the antidote and forgot to return it to her." "Hurry up and return it to her. She must be very flustered in a group of men without a belt." Huang Rong's eyes were full of smiles. Although this man flirted with girls everywhere, he remembered to give her the antidote first, which made her a little happy. "Then you should take a rest here." Song Qingshu also realized that he was a little unkind. He hurriedly detoxified the accompanying guards and then hurried to the open space. Sorry to keep Miss Shui waiting. Returning to Shui Baochai's side, Song Qingshu took out the antidote and let her smell it. Because he felt a little sorry in his heart, he always wanted to do something to make up for it. Suddenly, he saw the belt in his hand and subconsciously blurted out, "Let me tie the belt for you." Then he leaned over to tie the belt for her. Shui Baochai was a little annoyed by the smell of the antidote, but when she saw him so close, her whole body suddenly stiffened. Song Qingshu could smell the faint fragrance on the girl's body even though she was so close to him, but he didn't think too much about it. His mind was focused on the group of people from the western Xia country. He had given them so much time, and he hoped that they could escape the pursuit of the Imperial City Department. I'll do it myself. Shui Baochai finally couldn't help but speak. More than 10 years of subtle education had taught her to accept a man to tie the belt for her. Song Qingshu was stunned and found that her face had already turned as red as an apple. He finally came to his senses. Her poison had been detoxified, so she did not need him to tie the belt for her. He was thick-skinned enough to not show the slightest hint of shame. Instead, he stood up naturally and said, "Then I'll go and cure your big brother and the others." Yes. Shui Baochai lowered her head, not daring to look into his eyes. Only then did Song Qingshu bring the antidote to Shui Yiren. He noticed that there seemed to be a fire burning in Shui Yiren's eyes. Song Qingshu was worried that staying with Shui Yiren for too long would cause problems, so he placed the antidote at the tip of Shui Yiren's nose and sniffed it. Then, he simply left the antidote with Shui Yiren. "Go and cure the people in the Imperial City Department yourself." After he finished speaking, he walked towards his carriage without looking back. He found that his guards were gradually recovering. Just as he was about to give the order to continue their journey, there was suddenly the sound of clothes flapping in the air. Song Qingshu turned his head and saw that Shui Yi was already standing 10 feet away. Shui Yi's hand was tightly gripping his sword, as if he would unsheath it at any moment. "Who is in the Prince of Qi's carriage?" It turned out that when Song Qingshu was treating Huang Rong's poison, he had seen a woman in the carriage from afar. Song Qingshu frowned. "What? Do I have to report to you that I brought along a concubine because I found the journey boring?" Inside the carriage, Huang Rong was so embarrassed that she spat on the ground. This scoundrel never forgot to take advantage of me. However, when she recalled that he had brought her along to relieve boredom. How could a concubine relieve boredom? The answer was obvious. For a moment, her cheeks became even more tender and beautiful. Shui Yiren said indifferently, "Of course, there is no need to do so normally. However, recently, the Imperial City Department has been ordered to investigate the kidnapping of the Crown Princess. The Emperor has given us special permission to investigate anyone." Song Qingshu's tone instantly turned icy. "I didn't expect you to be as ungrateful as the Xixia people. If I had known earlier, I would have just stood by and watched you die at the hands of the Xixia people." Shui Yiren paid no attention to his sarcasm. "We are just doing our job. Prince of Qi, don't read too much into it." "Is that so?" Song Qingshu snorted coldly. "If you have the ability, then step over my body." Shui Yiren slowly unsheathed his sword and pointed it at Song Qingshu from afar. "If Prince of Qi insists on not letting me go, then don't blame me for being impolite. You overestimate yourself." Although Song Qingshu was usually a jovial person, even a clay figurine had a temper. Shui Yiren's actions today had indeed angered him. "Stop." At this moment, Shui Baochai had already run over and stood in front of Shui Yiren. "Big brother, what are you doing? Get out of my way." Shui Yiren's entire body seemed to have turned into a sharp sword that could erupt with a shocking attack at any time. "I won't let you go. Do you think I don't know that you are just looking for an excuse to compete with Prince of Qi? However, he has just saved us. What you are doing is too much." Xue Baochai was so angry that her face turned red. She spread her arms wide, but it was unclear whether she was trying to stop Xue Yiren or Song Qingshu's attack. This is a rare opportunity. Xue Yiren finally told the truth. If Song Qingshu continued to stay in Linnan, he could always find a chance to compete with him. But now he went north and returned to the Golden Snake camp. At that time, he would have no chance among the thousands of troops. Xue Baochai knew that her cousin was very stubborn and it was difficult to change his mind. However, she did not want to watch the two fight. As the saying goes, when two tigers fight, one must be injured. After all, she was clever and kind. She quickly thought of a solution. Big brother, you have just been poisoned. Now your strength has more or less been affected. You can't bring out your peak state. What's the point of such a battle? Xue Yiren instantly fell silent. He knew that his sister was right. Although he had been detoxified by the sorrowful softening wind, the time for detoxification was too short. Now he had only recovered 70 to 80% of his strength. Even if he had not fully recovered, he was more than enough to deal with ordinary masters. However, the person in front of him was one of the top masters in the world. Seeing that her brother was somewhat persuaded, Xue Baochai continued to strike while the iron was hot. Moreover, we have suffered such a big loss at the hands of the Xixia people. Now that we have recovered, we have to find them. They have been gone for a while. If we don't chase after them, I'm afraid we won't be able to catch up. Xue Yiren finally sheathed his long sword, and the incomparably sharp sword intent gradually disappeared. What you said is not unreasonable. Then he turned around and left. Only then did Xue Baochai apologetically say to Song Qingshu, Prince of Qi, I am really sorry. My big brother is obsessed with martial arts, so Song Qingshu raised his hand to stop her apology. Seeing that you have helped me just now, I will not argue with him today. If there is a next time, I will not be lenient. Although Xue Yiren's swordsmanship was excellent, he was least afraid of any master. Without waiting for her to respond, Song Qingshu immediately returned to the carriage. Let's go. The guards of the Prince of Qi residence also took their positions, and the procession set off once again. Watching the procession of the Prince of Qi residence leave, Xue Baochai bit her lip. Originally, she had some things she wanted to say to Song Qingshu, but now that the atmosphere was so tense, it was better not to say it. You are really cruel to that little girl. After the carriage had traveled for some distance, Huang Rong could not help but laugh. Song Qingshu said indifferently, I have already given her a lot of face by letting her brother go. Huang Rong asked curiously, that Xue Yiren's swordsmanship seems to be very excellent. If you two fight, who has a better chance of winning? Song Qingshu slowly closed his eyes, smiling without saying a word. Huang Rong could not help but fiercely pinch him. This is what you get for acting like a master in front of me. Don't. I will tell you. Song Qingshu's previous demeanor of a master instantly collapsed. He hurriedly explained, if he was at his peak condition, he might have a chance. But his condition just now, He did not finish, but his meaning was very clear. Huang Rong could not help but sigh. I don't know how a monster like you trained in martial arts. Jing Ji's martial arts were far inferior to yours at your age. Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. He muttered in a low voice, even at his age, his martial arts are still inferior to mine. Huang Rong's eyebrows immediately rose. What did you say? Nothing. Song Qingshu immediately corrected himself. I said that today's weather is very sunny. Seeing him spout nonsense with a serious face, Huang Rong could not help but snicker. You clearly gave me 2 hands and 2 feet, but I might not be able to defeat you. Yet you deliberately pretend to be afraid of me. Song Qingshu tilted his head and looked at her. His face was full of smiles. Because I am henpecked. Huang Rong's heart skipped a beat. Nonsense. Then she turned her face away and ignored him. After the carriage traveled for a while, Song Qingshu and Huang Rong got out of the carriage. He then ordered his subordinates to continue north with his letter. When they arrived at Golden Snake Camp, Audiobook naturally understood what was going on after reading the letter. He took Huang Rong to another carriage that had been waiting for a long time and turned back to the southeast. The carriage heading north attracted the attention of various forces. Song Qingshu and Huang Rong went all the way south to Peach Blossom Island. Along the way, the two of them chatted about everything under the sun. At first, they talked about the general situation of the world, the situation of various countries, the various gangs and forces in Jianghu, and some of the current power structure of the beggar clan. As they chatted, the two of them unknowingly became more and more scattered. Astronomy, geography, zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, Chimendunjia, anecdotes. It could be said that they talked about whatever they wanted to talk about. Song Qingshu could not help but admire Huang Rong for being the daughter of the Eastern heretic, the famous female Zhuge in Jianghu. Her knowledge was really too profound. Huang Rong was even more shocked than him. For so many years, in terms of knowledge, she only admired her father, Huang Yaoshi, but now there was another person. In particular, Song Qingshu came from the future and had more than 1,000 years of experience. It could be said that he was standing on the shoulders of giants. In many aspects, even Huang Rong could not compare with his knowledge. Some of his casual words often touched Huang Rong. The more they talked, the more congenial they became, and the more harmonious their relationship became. Although they used to have the most intimate relationship, there was always a little gap between them. But after the conversation along the way, they gradually felt that the gap had disappeared. In the bottom of her heart, Huang Rong had already regarded him as a bosom friend. Brother Jing would never talk about these things with me. At some point, Huang Rong could not help but faintly sigh. But she quickly calmed her mind and dispelled some thoughts that should not have been in her mind. We have arrived at Shanin. Looking at the distant city gate, Song Qingshu could not help but feel a little emotional. This place could be considered as revisiting an old place. Let's rest in the tea house in front. After a long journey, Huang Rong could not help feeling a little tired. Chapter 1442. The girl in white was cute and innocent, and the girl in green was elegant and elegant. Song Qingshu's eyes were sharp, and he recognized them at first glance. The girl in white was Lu Wushuang, and the girl in green was Ching Ying. He didn't expect to meet them again after they parted at Shanin Mountain. Thinking of the charming scene in bed with Lu Wushuang last time, the young girl's youthful body, Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel a little restless even though he had a firm heart now. Now that he was disturbed by the peach blossoms, he just wanted to send Huang Rong home safely. He didn't expect that there would be more trouble, so he wouldn't purposely look for Lu Wushuang and the others. The reason why he passed by Shanin was that he had to pass by Shanin to get to Peach Blossom Island. Next, he would pass by Qingyuan Prefecture, later known as Ningbo, then he would go out to sea and head east, where the island was located. Song Qingshu suddenly felt a headache when he saw the two girls. He didn't know how to get along with them. Why did you stop all of a sudden? Huang Rong came from behind and asked. Song Qingshu answered, No, nothing. Hearing the commotion, Cheng Ying and Lu Wushuang turned their heads in confusion. Fortunately, Song Qingshu and Huang Rong had changed their clothes and wore bamboo hats to hide their faces, so the two women didn't recognize them. Cousin, those two people over there seem to be familiar, Lu Wushuang said with some doubt. Cheng Ying pressed her hand and shook her head. They're obviously trying to hide themselves. Don't cause trouble when you're outside. Cheng Ying was meticulous. She knew that they were trying to hide themselves. Lu Wushuang was staring at them, which could easily lead to death. But I really think they look familiar. Lu Wushuang pouted and whispered, especially that girl's voice. It sounds like Huang Rong. Because of Yang Guo, they had met Huang Rong several times, so they knew her. At the same time, because of Yang Guo, Lu Wushuang didn't have a good impression of Huang Rong. Plus, Cheng Ying was Huang Rong's junior martial sister, so she and Huang Rong could be said to be of the same generation. So she didn't call Huang Rong or Madame Guo like the others. It does look like it. Cheng Ying nodded slightly, but quickly shook her head. That man is obviously not Hero Guo. How could she be senior sister? At this time, Huang Rong also saw the two of them and her body couldn't help but stiffen. She thought to herself that she was a married woman and a young man walking in and out together. If others found out, it would be a bit embarrassing. Moreover, because of her relationship with Yang Guo, the relationship between the two of them was a bit delicate. She subconsciously didn't want to be recognized, but if she retreated now it would be too obvious. She could only silently pull Song Qinshu to a corner with his back to the two women, and sit down. Song Qinshu was originally worried that Huang Rong and Cheng Ying would acknowledge each other as sisters. If that happened, he really wouldn't know how to explain the complicated relationship between them. Who knew that Huang Rong had no intention of acknowledging each other at all? Song Qinshu was startled, but he quickly realized that in the original novel, Cheng Ying was the last disciple of Huang Yaoshi in his later years. At first, Huang Rong didn't know this at all. Looking at this junior sister who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and who was about the same age as her daughter Guofu, Huang Rong always felt strange. Of the two of them, one was smart and clever, while the other was soft on the outside but strong on the inside. They had only known each other for a short time, so it was difficult for them to be as close as real senior and junior sisters. Moreover, there was also the relationship between Yang Guo and Cheng Ying, so she might not really like her senior sister. It seemed that the relationship between the two women in this world was similar to what he remembered. Song Qinshu thoughtfully poured a cup of tea for Huang Rong, a playful expression on his face. "Cousin, we have been investigating for so long, but we still haven't found any news of Bijuan. Could it be that we are going in the wrong direction?" Lu Wushuang's mind was unsettled. She quickly shifted her attention from Song Qinshu and Li Mu to another matter. Song Qinshu's expression changed. Ordinary people only knew that Miss Shen was missing, but they didn't know what her name was. How could he not know? Are they also looking for Shin Bijuan's whereabouts? Huang Rong was obviously thinking the same thing as him. She quietly pricked up her ears to listen. "I also think we are going in the wrong direction. We should take this opportunity to go back to the Mountain Inn mansion to rest and sort out our thoughts." Cheng Ying frowned, looking travel-worn. Song Qinshu was dazed. Why were they investigating the kidnapping of Miss Shen? Did they represent Han Xingzhou or Jia Shidao? He was confused. After all, Lu Wushuang's Lu family was close to Han Xingzhou, and Cheng Ying's family was close to Jia Shidao. He didn't know who they were working for. In fact, Song Qinshu's thoughts were too complicated. With Han Xingzhou and Jia Shidao's power, if they really wanted to investigate Shin Bijuan's case, they wouldn't have sent these two girls. The reason why they had been investigating the case was that they lived in the Mountain Inn mansion together, and they saw each other all the time. They were close friends with Shin Bijuan. Apparently, the two girls had rested enough in the tea house. After chatting for a while, they got up and left. Huang Rong quietly let out a sigh of relief. Song Qinshu didn't expose her. He smiled and said, "I didn't expect that all the people we met along the way were investigating the disappearance of Miss Shen." Yeah. Huang Rong thought of the Imperial City Department, the Class 1 Hall, and now Lu Wushuang and Cheng Ying. It seemed that all the forces had started to take action. I don't know if the legendary Mandarin duck knives are as magical as they say. Song Qinshu suddenly fell into deep thought. He didn't take the Mandarin duck knives seriously. After all, the secret of invincibility in the original book was only 4 words. Benevolent people are invincible. It was a trap. But he suddenly realized that this chaotic world might not really develop according to the original book. Maybe because of the butterfly effect, there really was an invincible secret in the mandarin duck knives. It's getting dark. Let's go to the city and rest for the night. We'll continue our journey tomorrow, Huang Rong said. Okay. Song Qingshu paid the bill and helped her back into the carriage. He suddenly thought of Qing Yaojia, the young mistress of the Liu family. Should he spend the night at her place? After thinking about it, he finally gave up on this tempting idea because he had other plans for the night. They found an inn in the city. This time, Song Qingshu was a gentleman and booked 2 superior rooms, which made Huang Rong secretly heave a sigh of relief. Because they had been on the road for the past 2 days, it could be said that the journey was dusty. After they finished dinner, they asked the innkeeper to prepare hot water for them to wash up. Song Qingshu washed up quickly and then went to the door next door. He knocked and said, "Rong-er? What's the matter?" Huang Rong's voice was a little nervous. Seeing that she was so nervous, Song Qingshu couldn't help laughing. This time, he didn't have any intention of stealing her beauty. He said, "I'm going out for a while. You take a good rest after washing up. Wait for me." "I'll go with you," Huang Rong quickly replied. Song Qingshu was startled. He asked, "You know where I'm going?" Huang Rong's laughter came from inside. "Of course you're going to the Shin Garden. Before entering the city, I saw your expression when you mentioned the mandarin duck saber. I knew you were curious. Since you're passing by Shanin, why don't you go to the Shin Garden and check it out? Sure enough, nothing can be hidden from Rong-er. Well, I'll wait for you." Song Qingshu smiled and gently leaned against the door. Soon, the sound of clothes being put on came from inside. Song Qingshu didn't want to peep. Just imagining the scene was enough. Soon, Huang Rong opened the door. Seeing that her red face was still slightly wet, Song Qingshu couldn't help but say, "Don't you women take a long time to bathe? How come you're done so quickly?" Huang Rong rolled her eyes at him. "When I go out, everything is simple. I'm not as delicate as you think." Of course, there was another reason she didn't say. She had been worried that Song Qingshu would suddenly burst into the room, so how could she not speed up? Fortunately, in the end, Song Qingshu didn't let her down. While feeling gratified, she suddenly realized what would happen if an enemy found her while Song Qingshu was away. Normally, she wasn't afraid. With the 9E manual, the dog-beating stick technique, and her intelligence, she could deal with any master. But now she was pregnant. After the previous twists and turns, she didn't want to take any more risks. She had to admit that during this period of time, Song Qingshu gave her an unprecedented sense of security. With him by her side, even if she encountered a terrifying enemy, she didn't seem to need to spend any effort. Therefore, she guessed that Song Qingshu was going to the Shin Garden, so she subconsciously decided to go with him. Naturally, Song Qingshu didn't know what she was thinking. Seeing that she was ready, he took her hand. "Then let's go." After this period of time, although Huang Rong still didn't care about some of Song Qingshu's improper thoughts, she acquiesced to the contact of holding hands. What's more, the difference in their qigong was so big. In order to save time, she had more reasons to convince herself. Song Qingshu used his qigong, and under the cover of the night, he arrived at the Shin Garden in a short time. Because the speed was too fast, in order to protect the pregnant Huang Rong, he went from holding hands at the beginning to almost hugging and hugging. But once they were outside the Shin Garden, he put down the beauty in his arms so that the other couldn't say anything. After this period of time, Song Qingshu gradually understood that Huang Rong had her own insistence. He couldn't rush it. Rather than being too hasty and causing her plans, it was better to let nature take its course. Therefore, other than when it was necessary, he wouldn't deliberately take advantage of the other. As a result, Huang Rong's impression of him had changed a lot. Coincidentally, they passed by the place where Lu Yu wrote the poem. Looking at the pinned phoenix on it, they couldn't help but sigh. Now that Tang Wan was Princess Beijing, the water between her and Lu Yu was already spilled. Quickly look, there's another poem here, Huang Rong exclaimed. When they were about to reach Shanin, Song Qingshu remembered Lu Yu's tragic love story. In a moment of sadness, he roughly told her about it, so she knew the cause and effect. The world is fickle, human nature is evil, the rain sends the dusk, the flowers fall easily. At dawn, the wind dries, the tear stains remain. I want to write about my worries, but my words stop. Difficult, difficult, difficult. People become their own, today is not yesterday, the sick soul is often like a swing. The sound of the horn is cold, the night is waning, afraid that people will ask, I swallow my tears and pretend to be happy. Hide, hide, hide. Looking at Tang Wan's response, Song Qingshu couldn't help but think of the shock he felt when he read this story from a book 1,000 years later. Now that he had personally witnessed it, he couldn't help but feel that it was a lifetime ago. Huang Rong thought of her relationship with Brother Jing, and then thought of her entanglement with Song Qingshu. She couldn't help but sigh. Suddenly there was a scream in the night sky. Although the voice was very low, whether it was Song Qingshu or Huang Rong, they were both masters. They could still hear the voice clearly. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.